while we're getting that up, we're going to kind of do it old school style and just hand them out, okay? If you don't mind, I'm going to pass the photographs along, or I'll walk it across, whatever you prefer, Judge.
Is this number 77?
This is number 77.
Yeah. Why don't we could just walk it across. We'll handle it that way. So.
It will be published to the defense take.
Let's give it a moment. See, and keep everybody in place for just a moment, if we may have an idea on what we need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, the joy of technology is that it seems really cool and fancy, but sometimes it may be better to just work with paper. From the state, are we just going to be walking through the photographs for a little bit?
Yeah.
All right, why don't we do that? Cedric, let's do this. We'll do it in a break, and we'll just work through it then. All right, thank you. Yeah, if we're working through the photographs, since they're in and they would go back, you can just go ahead and publish just by showing the panel. All right, thank you. Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure it's identified by number. I assume y'all have a copy?
We do.
Okay, identify by number if you, from the state, identify by number, show them just so that we're all on the same page, no pun intended, and then walk it down the jury.
All right, let's go around. We're going to show you 77. You see what that is?
Yes, that is placard number 1. That's a shotgun shell.
Okay. So this is what you were talking about when you started numbering, right?
Correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 78. What are we looking at?
So that is placard number 2, another shotgun shell.
State's number 79.
Yeah, so that is placard number 3, and this I believe is the wadding cap and the blood around it.
State's number 80.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's going to be placard 3. It's going to be the wadding cap.
That's an up-close version of the
That's correct.
previous photograph. Turn back to the mono board for State's Exhibit number 81. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so that there is placard number 4. This here, I could not tell if it was bone and tissue or if it was tissue that was surrounded by a shot. And so that would be placard number 4.
Okay. State's 82.
this is just a close-up of that piece of evidence, either the tissue or the tissue surrounded by the shot.
And when you were putting numbers on the shotgun shells and that sort of thing, did that in any way indicate the order of the shots, or was that just strictly for documenting purposes?
No, the placards that get placed down are just nothing for documentation purposes.
States 83.
So this, there we go. This is a placard number 5, which is the 12 gauge shotgun.
Okay. All right, we're going to turn from that to pictures of the body. States exhibit number 84.
So these are overlapping of Ahmaud's body.
Let me get out of your way. So, when you're taking pictures of a body on scene, do you do it the same way you do the scene itself, overall, close up, medium range, and different angles, that sort of thing?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. States 85.
So this is the, again, overlapping of his mid section.
States 86. Now, when you're documenting pictures of the body as a crime scene investigator, are you looking for anything in particular in terms of wounds, that sort of thing, or what is your job as a crime scene tech when dealing with the body and taking photographs of the body?
So we're looking for any injuries so that we can, take pictures of them. The body was moved by the time that we got there, just because first aid was provided. So we were not able to get the original, but we take them so that way we can document what we see on scene, and that way when the medical examiners, take a look at it, we can, kind of compare notes, on what we have as far as injuries and that they're consistent.
States 87.
So this is your mid-range, your close-up of Ahmaud's whole body before we start manipulating his shirt and everything.
States 89.
So this is the, let's see, this is the close-up before we start moving anything on him. This is the shotgun wound to the center of the chest.
Now, from your determination or from your investigation, the shirt, it appears to be red. Is this the color of the shirt, or is this from another substance?
No, that would be another substance. It would be his blood.
States 90.
So this is me getting the mid-range of the injury that is underneath his kind of armpit and shoulder. So this right here is what I'm starting to look at. I don't know if you guys can see that or not.
States 91, that might bring us closer in.
Yeah. Yep, so this is the mid-range of the gunshot wound underneath his arm, kind of to his shoulder.
States 93.
So this is of his legs and his shoes, just trying to see if there was any injuries in that area.
States 95.
and this is just getting just the bottom tread of the shoe.
States 97.
So this is what appears to be a gunshot wound to his wrist.
States 98.
So this is the close-up of the wound that, or the gunshot wound that's to the center of his chest.
States 99. Mr. Ramos, do you know what that white object on his chest is?
I do not. I want to say it's probably left there from squad.
Again?
99.
So these are the injuries that are going to be photographed with a scale.
And that scale that you use, what are the measurements on that scale?
They're by meters.
Right.
Yeah.
States 100.
And this is the scale for the gunshot wound that's underneath his armpit and his shoulder.
States 101.
And so these are not in order. This would have been before we would have lifted his shirt up to get that actual full view underneath it. So this is with the shirt still over the wound and the scale.
And when you're taking these photographs, are you manipulating the clothes in any way to get to the wounds?
Not until we're done doing what we have to on the outside, and then we'll manipulate it by pulling out so that we can actually get a full view of it.
Okay. Did you make those cuts in the shirt at all?
No.
All right. States 103.
So when Ahmaud was removed by the coroner's office, this is the area that he was, laying at.
And States 104.
So this here, whenever the coroner office takes control of the body, they put them in a black bag, and they will make an identifier marker, which is just a tag that has information on it, and then that red zip ties seals it, so that way nobody can tamper with that bag.
Yeah, sure, I'll down. At the time you took that picture, was there any sort of identification on the body?
There was not.
Okay. Is there anything in his pockets or anything like that could help identify?
There was not.
What happens to all the clothing and that sort of thing once it leaves the scene?
So everything gets put into the bag with him, and it goes to the medical examiner's office, and then they examine everything that's on him, his clothing, to make sure that what our statements and the coroner's statements and they're all come together to corroborate all the findings and facts.
After you're done taking pictures of the scene, at what point do you start collecting the evidence?
So we don't start collecting until after we get done with the sketch. So we have our photographs that we take, and then we take our sketches, and then we'll go ahead and process and collect.
And did you do a sketch in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 334, 335, and 336. And I previously shown this to the defense. Can you take a look at these and tell me if you recognize what these are?
Yeah, so this is the evidence that I collected on scene.
Okay. And let's start with the first number.
So this one,
Go ahead and read the exhibit number out if you see it on there. It might be on the back side of that one. The State's
oh,
exhibit.
there we are. So exhibit number 334 is a shotgun shell. It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell. Exhibit number 335 is your wadding shot cap. And then exhibit 336 is another 12 gauge shotgun shell.
And is there a way, hold on those real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
When you're looking at those envelopes,
Mhm.
is there a way that you match up what you see on the scene and what you documented on the scene with placards to what you actually put in the envelope?
You're talking about like a chain of custody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Walk them through how you maintain chain of custody in terms of the evidence once it's on the ground. To when you put it in
this.
the envelope. Yep.
All right. So of course, chain of custody is nothing but like a record of someone taking control or transfer or disposition of property, and it's to remain the integrity, so that way if courts or anyone that handle the evidence knows that this is the authentic piece of evidence that came from the scene. So what I have to do, or anyone who's going to collect it, we have to determine, one, what type of packaging that we're going to package it in to just keep from any cross-contamination and remain its integrity. And then once we figure that out, once we package it in that container, then we go ahead and place it in our containers in our car and then transport it to our headquarters, which then goes into our lab where I take the evidence and seal it up.
And did you follow those steps in this case?
I did.
Okay. And once you seal it up, is there anything you do with the evidence in terms of the envelopes to show that you sealed it?
Yes, we date and initial the back of the seal, where if somebody was to tamper with it, like if they cut it, then we're going to know that something has been manipulated because my initials and stuff have been distorted.
And did you do that for those three pieces of evidence?
I did.
All right. And Judge, at this time, the state moves to place State's Exhibits 334, 335, and 336 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
Investigator Ramos, is there any other piece of evidence that you collected on scene physically?
The 12 gauge shotgun.
Okay. And Your Honor, this we're going to present to the investigator the shotgun. It's been made safe by the sheriff, so it's not able to be fired. Permission to approach.
Good.
Investigator, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 332. You go ahead and take a look at that. You can hold it, or actually I'll hold it right here. And can you tell me if you recognize what this is?
Yeah, so that is the shotgun that I collected on scene that was in the grass. That's what that is.
You've drawn her away from the mic a little bit. If I
Oh,
could
I'm
just
sorry,
have-
yeah.
Well, we can do one too. If you're away from the mic, to speak up a little bit. The jury can hear you. I just want to make sure folks on the phone.
Yeah, no, I understand. So that's the shotgun that I collected from the scene.
Okay. And do you go through the same process, or did you go through the same process with this shotgun as you did with the other pieces of evidence on scene?
Yeah, the only difference was because it was biohazard, and at the time I did not have a box to put it in. We took our paper bags, the large ones, and we put it in there and taped it and sealed it until we got it to headquarters, where then I was able to transfer it to a box.
And the process of sealing it up and that sort of thing, was that the same thing that you did in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to the shotgun, was there anything inside the shotgun or outside the shotgun that you placed into that evidence box at that time?
Yeah, so when we had to go and clear the shotgun, once we were ready to collect it, Investigator Chris Lowther cleared it, and there were 4 unfired shotgun shells and then 1 fired in the chamber.
And you placed those into the evidence box and sealed it?
That's correct.
Judge, at this time, State moves to place State's Exhibit 332 and its contents into evidence.
Let me just make sure I'm clear on what the contents are.
Okay. Walk us through again what you placed inside the box.
So that is the 12 gauge shotgun that was used and located in the grass. That shotgun does contain biohazard. It has blood on it, more likely going to be dry. So that's what's inside the box.
And any sort of ammunition?
There will be 4 unfired and 1 fired.
In the box.
In the box.
Okay.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We're not at this point going to take the shotgun out.
So the seals are still in the box?
The box has been unsealed at a prior time, but everything is inside the box at this point. We unsealed it in front of the investigators to make it safe for the courtroom.
Thank you.
We talked a little bit about, at the time you went out there, the body was unidentified, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. What are some of the next steps that you go through in order to identify a body?
So what we'll do is we'll obtain fingerprints from them. So at that time, myself and Investigator Chris Lowther obtained Ahmaud's prints, which at that point is basically just an ink pad that we press the fingertips into, and then we press it onto a fingerprint card. And then I turn that fingerprint card over to Investigator Lowther to process.
And were you able to identify who this person was?
Yes,
And who was that person?
Ahmaud
Do you know his last name?
Arbery.
Was there anything else in terms of investigation that you did regarding the neighborhood and neighbors when you were there?
I did. I did a canvass of the neighborhood.
And what does that mean? What does a canvassing the neighborhood mean?
So all we're doing is trying to locate or identify witnesses, as well as surveillance video of the neighborhood.
And do you remember some of the questions that you would be asking the neighbors at the time you went out there?
Yeah, so we were instructed to, gather surveillance video. So that's one question that we're, asking. And if they saw or heard anything, is the follow-up questions to those.
Were you able to gather any sort of surveillance at that time when you were there?
I was not.
And were you able to speak to some folks?
Yes.
What happened, what y'all do if the neighbors or any witnesses from the houses weren't there when you went to their homes?
So if we didn't make any contact with them or they weren't home, we would just leave a business card with the case number and a good alternate contact number.
If you were to get any sort of callbacks or follow up with the neighbors, would that be you or would that be a different investigator that would do that?
Possibly would be another investigator.
Were you the lead on this crime?
I was not.
at some point, did you go to a different house within that same neighborhood and do any other sort of investigation?
Yes, so during the course of processing the scene at Holmes Road and Satilla Drive, I was informed that another resident had been hit by one of the projectiles. So we went over there after we were done processing the scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 105 through 114. And they've previously been shown to the defense. Just 1 second. Can you take a look at them and tell me if you recognize what they are?
Yeah, so this is the residence of 232 Satilla Drive.
And tell us again why you went out to this house.
Because a projectile had entered into their home.
Now, these are true and accurate representation of the photographs you took of that home?
They are.
And do you remember what the address was?
232 Satilla Drive.
And do you know who the owner of that house was?
Mr. Randall Parr.
Judge, at this time, State moves to place State's Exhibit 105 through 114 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Subject to the court's prior rulings.
No objection, subject to the court's prior ruling.
They're admitted.
We'll start with State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yep, so from Satilla Drive, the roadway, taking a picture of 232 Satilla Drive.
Okay. State's 106.
So this here is facing Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
I'm going to walk up to the marker board and see what I'm pointing at here.
Yeah, so that's 301 and Holmes Road, and then Satilla Drive, and then the mailbox with the numbers 232 to depict the address where the shots were fired in conjunction to Holmes Road.
Is this roughly where the shooting occurred, where I'm pointing with my finger?
Yes.
And for the record, that's on State's Exhibit 106 that I'm pointing, the top left part of the screen. 107. Actually, let's go right to 108.
So what we're looking at, because there are bushes, as you can see to the left of the screen, trying to get the picture of the window that was hit from a projectile.
State 109.
So this is a mid-range of the bullet hole in the window.
State's 110.
Again, another mid-range of the bullet hole.
State's 112.
And this is the close-up of the bullet hole through the window.
and states 114.
Because the projectile did enter through the window, it stopped at the wall in the living room.
Now, at the point you went out there during the investigation, did you go in to recover that projectile?
Yeah, so we asked Mr. Farr if he'd be willing to let us cut his wall to retrieve the projectile, which at that point he was in the process of selling it and did not want any damage done to his walls. So I passed the information along to the case agent to either obtain a search warrant to retrieve the projectile or make a decision on it.
Just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, when you were packaging up the evidence, I think we already talked about him, Mr. Arbery, having that thing in his pockets that y'all found.
Correct.
Okay, so, do you know if he had a telephone or a cell phone on him that day?
He did not.
What about a wallet or any sort of weapon or anything like that, tools?
No.
All right, Judge, at this time, no further questions subject to redirect.
Thank you. From the defense?
We have a 10 minutes.
Yes. Let's go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be 15. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. And we'll come back for the continuation of the evidence. You just hold for a moment.
So Rashford, jury, please.
Okay. You want to be seated? And you can go ahead and step down. I remind you that you're still under oath, so during the recess, please do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Thank you. 15 minutes, everybody. All right, we've got all the defendants represented by counsel. Understand we're ready to proceed. Mr. Sheffield? All right, let's get the panel. I'm sorry, and the witnesses on the stand. So you got my back to the witness now.
Right over here. Can I use the marker?
Yeah.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I've noticed is make sure you bring layers. Some days it's hot, some days it's cold. Today it's cold. If it makes you feel any better, it's a lot colder in the back. That aside, welcome back. I believe we are ready to proceed with the evidence in this case. Mr. Sheffield.
Hey, good morning. We've had a chance to speak briefly before, haven't we? Okay, I'm Jason Sheffield. I represent Travis McMichael. So I wanted to go back just a little bit and understand how you were gathering information to then make the decisions that you made over the course of taking photographs and working the crime scene on that day. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, great. May I approach witness? Yes. I'm going to show you what I've marked as defendants exhibits 10 and 11. Ask you if you recognize these.
Yes.
Okay, what are those?
These are my crime scene sketches.
Okay, is that something that you do in every crime scene case when you show up and are taking a look at where evidence may be that needs to be collected?
Not in every one, no.
Okay, you did crime scene sketches in this case? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
our department has it where anything to do with homicides is mandatory sketches. If there's injury, we'll do sketches, and anything natural deaths.
Okay, are these fair and accurate copies of your actual crime scene sketches in this case?
Yes.
Okay, move into evidence, defense exhibit 10 and 11.
No, okay.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead. Whatever's sitting, I assume those were just the crime scene photographs that already been admitted.
I'm working with these, yes, Judge.
Okay, the only reason I asked, just so everybody's aware, if you put them down on the table, that document camera is going to pick it up. So
Okay.
let's just be
I'm going
aware
to
of
publish to the jury.
it. I'm sorry. I believe I said admitted. Go ahead.
You did, yes.
Okay.
May I publish? I'm going to publish to the jury. Yes. Louder. I need to be louder. Okay. I will do that. I'm showing Defendant's Exhibit 10. This is one of the crime scene sketches that we were just talking about. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And very basically, it shows the deceased body in the roadway,
That's correct.
as well as the streets of Satilla and Holmes.
That's correct.
And then you've got a number of things numbered that you've collected. Shotgun shells.
Hold on a second. You gotta make it a little bit bigger. They can't see it.
It's hard to see it.
There's a zoom button on there.
Yeah.
To the right?
I see it.
The jury's telling you the button's on the bottom left.
I see a zoom button right here. I've gone too far. And what was in the way? This thing? You are. Okay. And I'm in it. All right. So just very, very briefly, I'll move out of the way. What we're talking about here is essentially just the drawing that you've done, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you do this to get an idea of and to create a memory of where everything is located.
That's correct.
In addition to marking where things are located, you also identify these things by numbers.
That's correct.
Okay. And you also do some measurements.
That's correct.
Okay. And so if we move to this side, here we can see what you listed out of the objects that you may have collected, right?
Correct.
Okay, and we've just admitted some of those into evidence.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now I'm going to show Defense Exhibit 11. It's a little zoomed in. There's 11. And you've mentioned a pole. What is that pole you're talking about?
So in the pictures where I'm facing Satilla Drive, you'll see a pole. That's what I'm referring to.
And the pole was located on somebody's property?
That's correct.
And then you're measuring distances from that pole to the various objects?
Correct.
Okay, just to get an idea of where everything is in relation to each other.
Correct.
Fair, okay. And then I move this up a little bit. You see down here at the bottom, there are other distances that you've written down here with these types of numbers, right arm, left arm, those types of things.
Correct.
Just to understand the body's position in the roadway.
So the measurements are based off of a triangulation measurement.
Okay?
So what we do is we take a foot. So your left foot would go from, let's say, the pole, and you'd measure that, and then you take another object and you measure that left foot to that to get your exact point.
Got it. You're just trying to be precise about where everything is.
That's correct.
It's to make sure that there's a complete record of what you're observing on that day, in addition to photographs.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you. When you first got out there on the scene that day, did anyone make you aware that there was a video that captured some of the interaction between Mr. Arbery and Travis McMichael?
They did not.
So you did not have the benefit of that video to try to figure out what had happened before your arrival?
I did not.
Okay. Did you speak with other officers about what the path of travel was in terms of where Mr. Arbery may have run that day?
I did not.
Okay, so you were not aware when you were out there that he was running from 220 Satilla Drive and up Satilla Road?
I was not.
Okay. To be sure, you were not aware that he ran up Burford Road.
Objection to facts on evidence.
I'm asking if he was aware of it. There's no...
Yeah, we're still working through the facts in the case, so.
It's fine, yeah.
Well, but we got the opening, so, yeah, where are we going?
I think that what we're doing here, Your Honor, is we're making sure that she is or is not aware of certain facts. She can testify that she was or wasn't aware of those things. I'm not testifying, I'm asking her.
Just whether she was,
Yeah.
what she was familiar with at the time she was arriving on scene.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Did you have any information that Mr. Arbery ran up Burford Road?
No.
Okay. Or that he ran further, what I'll characterize as up Holmes towards Zellwood?
No.
Okay. So then if I have a map here of the neighborhood. Have you seen a map like this before?
I have.
Does this look familiar like a map of Satilla Shores neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. I think I'll just show it to the state just to help demonstrate your testimony. I want to make sure that we're on the same page, and I'll try to hold it so everybody can now see it here. So if I put it up here, is that okay, Your Honor? All right. So you recognize this intersection right here as Holmes Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what we're talking about is Burford continues all the way up here and then kind of comes around to Zellwood, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then we have 220 Satilla, which is over here, kind of right around where Jones intersects Satilla. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you did not take any photographs of anything up here on Satilla Drive?
Except for 232 Satilla Drive.
Except for 232 where that stray buck shot went.
Correct.
Okay. And it's fair to say you didn't take any photographs coming up Burford.
I did not.
Okay. And then what I was just asking you about Holmes, Mr. Arbery's body was sort of down here toward the end, what I'll call the end of Holmes where it intersects with Satilla, correct?
That's correct.
But you did not take any photographs up in here
I did not.
or back here on Zellwood.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Just want to establish whether you did or you didn't. You were asked about whether or not Mr. Arbery had anything in his pockets. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And what you're saying is when the clothes were collected, that nothing was contained in the pockets at that time.
Correct.
Okay, but we've just talked about an extensive amount of roadway, Satilla Drive from 220 Satilla, up through Burford, and then up and down Holmes Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you or any officer canvass Satilla Drive in any way to determine whether or not there was anything that could have belonged to Mr. Arbery?
Not that I was directed to do so.
Not that you were directed to do so. Okay. So
Correct.
you did not canvass Satilla in any way to look for any belongings of Mr. Arbery's.
Correct.
Similarly, you did not canvass Burford Road to look for any belongings of Mr. Arbery. That could have been
Correct.
attributed to Mr. Arbery.
Correct.
Or similarly, up Holmes Road.
Correct.
Okay. We were looking already at State's Exhibit 46. And in State's Exhibit 46, I think you've identified this as the corner of where Holmes Road comes and meets here with Satilla Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so essentially the house that we see in this Exhibit 46 is the house right here on the corner. That would be 235.
Correct.
You were saying 235 when I was saying 235.
Right, yes.
Okay. And as we look at this picture, and based on your memory, isn't it true that there are no fences that line this property that would obstruct anybody from passing through the yard?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall looking at 301 on this side of the yard and also seeing that there were no fences that were obstructing any part of the yard?
Yes.
Did you go further back up Holmes to determine whether or not there were any fences in these yards that would obstruct anybody from crossing through?
No.
Okay. There are none, is that correct?
I'm not sure.
Oh, very good. One of the things that we were talking about is measuring distances. And so one of the questions that I have for you is the distance here well, we have a photograph with the truck. Let me find that. Here's our truck. Let me see if I can get a better master shot of that. There we go. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 54. Were you aware that there was a confrontation between Mr. Arbery and Mr. McMichael in front of his truck?
No.
You were not aware of that?
No.
Ah. were you asked at all to get a measurement? Let's say this is the front of Mr. McMichael's truck as it's facing this way, and the road is here, and then the driveway is here, where you are essentially, and the grass. Were you asked to get any measurements from the front of the truck back across to the driveway where some of the blood splatter was found, or some of the blood was found?
No.
To try to understand that distance at all?
The truck never was brought to my attention.
Okay. The clothing that you collected from, and you collected the clothing, is that correct?
The clothing from who?
From Mr. Arbery.
No.
You did not. That was done later back at the crime lab.
Correct.
Okay. But you photographed Mr. Arbery's body, and there, I think, in that photograph, we see some cargo shorts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
A long belt.
Correct.
A bandana around his neck.
Correct.
No socks.
Correct.
Just sneakers.
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did also is to collect fingerprints from Mr. Arbery,
Correct.
so that those fingerprints that you took from his actual hands could be compared possibly to what we call latent prints that may be on an object. Is that correct? Am I using that term right?
So we took prints to put in our system to make identification. There was no comparisons done because there was no latent prints to compare them to.
So latent prints meaning if I touch an object with my finger, I could leave a fingerprint on that
You could
object.
leave a latent, yes.
And that would be called a latent fingerprint.
Correct.
Okay, then we have the actual fingerprints taken off the person,
Correct.
which we then can compare to these unknown latent prints.
I guess I don't. When we take prints, we submit them through our APHA system for identification.
Okay.
So I'm not really sure. There was nothing to compare the prints to.
Okay, so what you're saying is no one, when you were out there, at least on that day, discussed with you that there were objects that needed to be fingerprinted for latent prints. Is that
No.
fair?
The only object that took any kind of consideration was the shotgun at the time, due to the fact that it had blood. So that would have had to go to the lab to have a serologist at least look at it to see how we can maintain the blood and the fingerprints.
And did that happen?
I'm not sure.
Okay, but a shotgun is something that you can get fingerprints off of, correct?
Correct.
The metal part of the gun, you could lift fingerprints off of that.
Correct.
The wooden parts of the gun, the handle, the stock, all those things, you could lift fingerprints off those if you were to try to do it.
Yes, correct.
Okay, but you were not part of any team that went to inspect or try to lift off latent prints from the shotgun.
No.
Okay, what about Mr. Bryan's truck? Were you informed on that day that there might be latent fingerprints on Mr. Bryan's truck?
No.
Okay, so you have nothing to do with that if that was done later.
So I obtained prints from Lieutenant Brandon Gregory. It was a palm print that he said he obtained from a truck.
Okay,
What truck, I'm not sure.
What truck
But those are what I obtained from whoever processed the truck.
all right, so later in this process of this case, you were given a latent palm print to then put into evidence or deliver to be analyzed. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay, all right, very good. I think you've also testified that the firearm that you collected had an empty shell in the chamber, meaning a spent shell that was in the chamber.
That's correct.
Okay, it had not been ejected out of the chamber and a new round loaded.
Correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with the dynamics of how that shell would be ejected out?
I am.
It would only be ejected out if the person with the gun re-racked it again to put a new live round in.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that you did, though, and we heard a little bit about it, is that you did a neighborhood canvass.
That's correct.
And the neighborhood canvass that you did was and did involve 3 streets in the neighborhood.
Correct.
You recall it involved Burford. And do you recall, as you're sitting here, the number of houses that you went to on Burford?
I don't recall the exact number. I went to
Okay.
quite a few.
Quite a few.
Yes.
And the reason that you do this is because you want to try to find anybody who knows anything about what may have happened on the 23rd. Is that
It's
correct?
to help locate witnesses.
Right. And witnesses doesn't necessarily mean a person who saw the actual shooting. A witness could be anybody with knowledge that's relevant to your investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Witnesses to the potential relationship between the two men involved in the conflict.
Correct.
Witnesses that might understand who Mr. Arbery is or what he's doing in the neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay. Witnesses that might know Travis McMichael.
Correct.
Witnesses that may know about the history of break-ins or burglaries or thefts in the neighborhood.
Correct.
Okay, so you went knocking on doors with another investigator.
I did.
That was investigator who?
Heather Savage.
Investigator Savage. So the two of you, if my records are correct, on Burford, you went to 300, I'm going to list them out, okay? 300, 302, 305, 310, 314, 316, 318, and 322. Does that sound right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so just in looking at our map again, essentially, you started here at the beginning of Burford, and you went all the way up the street looking for information.
Correct.
Okay. Anybody that didn't answer the door, you left a card, and perhaps you would get a phone call back.
Correct.
And then whoever identified themselves as someone with knowledge, you would then pass that person's name over to another investigator who would follow up.
We would, Investigator Lowry, who's the case agent, would have.
Lowry, we're going to call him the head case agent, is that right?
That's correct.
That's where everything comes up to him and he makes the calls about what to do.
That's correct.
All right. Only one of those in every case, is that fair?
About 2 if possible.
2 if possible,
Yes.
okay. And Investigator Marcy was another investigator that took a lot of responsibility in this case as well.
I'm not aware.
Not aware. Okay. Now, you also went up Holmes, the street where the shooting took place, and you went to 404, 405, 416, 418, and 419. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if we're looking at Holmes here, this is our street here on Holmes,
Mm-hmm.
you went pretty much all the way up and down Holmes looking for information.
Correct.
Okay. And then lastly, you also were looking at residents on Satilla, and this would carry from 221, 235, 239, and then 225 through 229. So essentially, again, you're coming in this area here looking for anybody that knows anything.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Now, by the time that you arrived on the scene, Travis McMichael was not there any longer, right?
Not that I'll say no, but I wasn't paying attention to who was involved.
Okay.
So-
You were not asked to photograph him on the scene,
No.
or to talk with him on the scene,
No.
or to take fingerprints from him on the scene.
No.
Okay. And then I think later that day, you actually saw him back at headquarters.
Who?
Travis McMichael.
Yes.
Yeah, you had a very brief interaction with him there at and I believe you noticed that he was in a distraught state.
Yes.
And I think you even asked him, "Are you okay?" And he said no.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day, you went back to the neighborhood, and this was, we were talking about doing some of this neighborhood canvas.
Correct.
Is that right? And as you were walking through the neighborhood and coming up Satilla, you came across Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael.
Correct.
Now, he lives, in terms of your canvas, he lives right here at 230.
Correct.
Is that correct? So 230 is in the heart of the houses that you're knocking on the doors, right?
Correct.
Okay. And again, when you saw Mr. McMichael that day, he was outside in his yard.
Correct.
Again, he was distraught.
Correct.
He was upset, right?
Correct.
Trying to figure it all out.
Correct.
That's what he said to you. I'm just trying to figure this all out.
Correct.
Give me 1 second, please.
We were making sure, I just want to make sure. The two of you that are in the gallery, the large board, I saw there was some, you saw it.
Talking about
Yep,
that.
they saw it.
You see it, okay?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
No questions.
Mr. Goff.
A few.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Kevin Goff. I represent Mr. Bryan, and I just have a few more questions for you, if that's
Okay.
okay. I think you indicated you did a canvass of the neighborhood,
Correct.
and one of the reasons you did that was to locate surveillance videos, if there were any, that might have captured this incident.
Correct.
All right. Did you miss Roddy Bryan's house?
I don't know where he lives.
Okay. But your practice was to leave business cards?
Correct.
All right. Did you ever recover any surveillance videos from Mr. Bryan?
There were a few residents that had them that were not able to obtain them, which we sent another investigator to locate or to obtain those videos if possible.
So how did the Glenn County Police Department recover the night owl videos?
I'm not sure.
Did you recover the night owl videos?
No.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
Investigator Ramos, when you were out on scene, we saw in one of those pictures a truck driving away.
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a second truck on scene earlier that day?
No.
About how long after the incident did you arrive on scene, do you know, roughly?
Maybe about an hour. I'm not sure what time the call came out. I arrived around 2:15. I want to say I estimate about an hour.
So if those trucks contained any sort of evidence, inside or outside, you didn't have a chance to document or collect any of that on scene that day?
Objection, Your Honor, that's leaving.
Did you have an opportunity?
That's sustained. Just rephrase it, please.
Did you have an opportunity to collect any evidence or photograph anything from the trucks that day?
No.
Just 1 second.
Investigator Ramos, when you sent that box or when you put the information or evidence collected from the shotgun and the ballistics, the 4 unfired and the 1 fired shot, you put that into the box and sealed it up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Judge, for the record, when we had said what was inside of the box, it was test fires and the shotgun. Ballistics were done later on, and those will be tendered later. The 4 unfired and the 1 fired will be tendered later.
Let's clarify.
Object to testifying right now.
Yeah, let's, off the record. Oh, I'm sorry, we can go ahead and address that.
You put those inside the box and sent them off, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Can I clarify
Sure.
something? So when we packaged it, it got turned over to the GBI. So I can't say that I sent them off. I don't know what happened after the custody was turned over to the GBI.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
Anything on that limited issue from the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
There you are. All right. Thank you. You can sit down.
Judge, we're going to reserve the right to recall her. She knows that. We just let all the
Okay.
witnesses know that.
Yeah, let's, so you are subject to recall,
Correct.
and you are free to go to Dave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay ready with this next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Ricky Minshew. Ricky Minshew.
Watch behind you. If you raise your right hand, swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I did.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, go ahead and introduce yourself to the jurors. Tell them your name and spell it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Ricky Minshew, R-I-C-K-Y-M-I-N-S-H-E-W.
Okay. And how are you currently employed?
I work in meal production.
You work in what now?
Meal production.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to February 23rd of 2020. Okay. How were you employed at that time?
I was a patrol unit at Glenn County Police Department.
Okay. And at that time, how long had you been with Glenn County PD?
I was there for, at that date, approximately 7 months.
Okay.
There was about a 4-year gap, and I previously worked for Glenn County PD for a couple of years back in 2013.
Okay. So when did you first start in law enforcement?
2012.
2012. And which agency was that with?
It was for the city of Brunswick.
Okay, City of Brunswick. So Brunswick PD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long were you with Brunswick PD?
For approximately 1 year.
Okay. After that 1 year, where did you go?
I went to Glenn County Police Department, and I was there for about 2 years.
2 years. Okay. And what did you do there during that 2 years?
I worked in the patrol division.
Okay. After those 2 years, where did you go?
After those 2 years, I went into retail management. I was there for about 4 years, and then came back to Glenn County Police Department, where I was there for about 7 months before this date.
Before this date?
Correct.
Okay. So during the 7 months you were there at Glenn County PD before February 23rd, what were your duties, just briefly?
All right, I was on patrol division, and my duties were to, we were designated certain areas to patrol. The point of that was to be seen and to deter and detect crime, enforce traffic laws, and respond to 911 calls of emergency.
Okay. Now, were you post-certified at that time?
I was.
Okay. Did that pretty much mean that you had arrest powers under the state of Georgia?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did you have, at the time back in 2020, when you were with Glenn County PD, did you have any kind of medical training?
I had a previous CPR training and the use of a defibrillator, but I have never had any specialized medical training, nothing toward any type of critical injury.
Okay. So did you have essentially basic CPR training?
Yeah, basic CPR and the use of a defib.
Okay. Are you familiar with a neighborhood known as Satilla Shores?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is that neighborhood located?
It's located on the south end of Glenn County. It's in Brunswick, Georgia.
Okay. And was Satilla Shores a part of the zone that you patrolled back in 2020?
It was. We call our zones Bakers. That one was
Okay.
referred to Baker 9.
Baker 9. Okay. How long did you patrol Baker 9?
Back in 2014 for about a year. And then I patrolled several months of that, the 7 months that I was back. Several months at that point.
Okay. And at the point where you're patrolling, are you patrolling with other officers during your shift, or is it pretty much just you?
Yes, ma'am. We're a one-man car.
One man in the car.
Mhm.
Okay. So during, say, the day shift, are you the only officer patrolling Baker 9?
Yes, we're a one-man car, and then usually it's one man per area, per baker.
Per baker. Okay. Are you familiar with another neighborhood called the Fancy Bluff area?
Yes, ma'am. Fancy Bluff is directly across the street from Satilla Shores. It's on the opposite side of the highway of Highway 17.
Highway 17. Okay, so Satilla Shores is on what side?
Satilla Shores is on the south side.
Okay.
And then directly across the street, headed toward the north direction, is Fancy Bluff.
Is Fancy Bluff. Approximately how many miles would you say separate Satilla Shores from the Fancy Bluff neighborhood?
Probably 2 to 3 miles.
Okay, so it's fairly close.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you familiar with another neighborhood known as Royal Oaks?
Yes, ma'am. It is in between Satilla Shores and Interstate 95. It's directly next door to it.
Okay. How far is Royal Oaks from Satilla Shores?
Just a few seconds if you're driving.
Okay. Are they on the same side of the street, same side of Highway 17?
Yes, correct.
Okay. All right. Now, seeing as how you patrolled Baker 9 and you patrolled that area, how would you describe crime just generally in that area with Fancy Bluff, Satilla Shores, and Royal Oaks?
The area itself is probably one of the largest bakers that we have, and it's relatively low call volume. I myself didn't experience a whole lot of crime initially. The most of the time, then when I would go to any type of violent crime, it was surrounded by family violence.
Okay.
But it was far few in between. For the most part, it was a quiet. Everyone known to it to be a quiet area, so just a low call volume.
Low call volume. Okay. Are the roadways in the Satilla Shores subdivision public roadways?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want to turn your attention back to February 23rd, 2020. Did you respond to a call in that Satilla Shores subdivision?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you tell us what that call was in reference to?
I was dispatched to a 1037, which means a suspicious person.
Okay.
So I was described as a suspicious black male in the neighborhood wearing a white T-shirt.
Okay. And do you remember about what time you were dispatched? That
The call came out at 1:08 p.m.
Okay. And where were you when you received that call?
I was fairly close. I used Highway 17 quite often to go from one side of the county to the other.
Okay.
And I got there at 1:13 p.m.
1:13 p.m. So it came out at 1:08, and you got there within minutes at 1:13.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember if a specific address was the subject of that dispatch?
Yes, ma'am. I believe it was 219 Satilla.
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 Okay. And as you're driving to that location, are you running lights and sirens? In other words, are your lights and sirens on or activated?
No, ma'am. I only use lights and sirens when I'm responding to an emergency call. This call was just came out as a suspicious person, so it wasn't any use of lights or sirens.
Okay. Now, when you get into the neighborhood, what do you do?
When I get into the neighborhood, I roll down my back windows. I usually roll down some windows, that way I can hear what's going on around me.
Okay.
And then I just proceed driving down Satilla Drive.
How fast would you say you were going?
I was going very slow. I was probably going less than 5 miles per hour.
Okay. And why is that?
That way we can observe. I can observe things a little bit better, and I can see things ahead of me.
Okay. Now, as you're driving down Satilla Drive, does anything catch your attention? Do you hear anything?
When I first come in the neighborhood, I didn't hear anything. As I go a little further down Satilla Drive, I hear 2 loud pop sounds.
Okay.
They were within a couple seconds apart.
Okay. And what did you think when you heard those loud pop sounds?
Well, it was pretty loud, so I knew it was, being the boom sound that it was either a firearm or fireworks. It was sounding one or the other.
Okay. So were fireworks common during that time, like at 1-something on a Sunday afternoon? Tell us about that.
Not specifically on that day or time, but throughout the county in general, it was not uncommon actually to hear fireworks. Any time of the day or night, periodically.
Okay. So at the point where you hear the loud bang, what do you do?
Just continue driving. I'm still patrolling, looking for anyone who's walking around the area. And I'm still on Satilla Drive, and I'm coming up on an intersection, which is Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
Okay. And as you're coming up to that intersection, are you able to see anything?
Not yet. You're coming in, and it comes. If you're in my driver's seat, it starts to bear to the left. So it's,
Okay.
it's a curve you got to make before I get to that intersection.
Okay. And if we can just pause there, I have something here. And this has already been admitted into evidence, states 47. Are you able to see that
Yes,
on
ma'am.
your screen? Okay. So, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at this is the intersection of Satilla Drive and Holmes Road,
Okay.
and this is taken from the actual scene.
Okay. So, do we see on states 47 your path of travel to that intersection?
Yes, ma'am. If you look in the furthest distance, that lighter colored car that the sun is shining on.
Actually, let's do this, Mr. Minshew. Judge, do you mind if he steps down, if he can project his voice, just a point on this?
To this picture?
Yes, if that's all right.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody can see.
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you be careful stepping down. And if you could just project so everybody can hear you. And do
And-
me a favor, don't touch the screen. Sure, yeah. Just point it.
And if you want to, you can use my mic and just kind of use this pen so we don't touch the screen. Well,
You can
use it
go.
right here on
Yeah,
the-
no, just, if you just, why is he coming down then?
I was just going to have him point
Oh,
like
on the
that.
document?
Right,
That's fine.
if that's all right.
Can everybody see if he stands there?
And just
No.
remember to project your voice.
Or-
Thank you. Okay, so show us where you were coming from.
So, this road here.
Mm-hmm.
I was way back. Okay, it's the opposite. I was way back here.
Okay.
I'm coming this direction.
And what road is that you're driving down?
That is still Satilla Drive.
Satilla Drive. Okay, so have you already passed the house in question, the 219, 220 Satilla? At that point?
Sit down.
Yeah, you can sit down. That's fine.
I have not. I was around the area of
Okay.
those houses. I don't know exactly where I was,
Okay.
but I was in the area of those particular addresses.
Okay. So you said you were turning the corner, and was your view clear at the point when you're turning the corner, or was there something obstructing your
Yeah,
view?
even as I get further down that road, if you notice where I was pointing at, in the very center of the screen, yep,
Right here?
to your right there's a very tall, large head of bushes. So again, you still got to come around the curve, and then I can see the intersection, but to the left of it, which is where the scene is, I wasn't able to see that until I cleared those bushes.
So you cleared those bushes that we were just pointing to. Okay. So at the point where you cleared those bushes, what were you able to see?
Once I seen got past there, I looked over and I noticed there was two white males. One was waving their hand, flagging me down.
Okay. And how long did it take for you to encounter the scene from when you heard the shots?
Probably a minute.
About a minute or
45
so?
seconds, minute. Yeah, it was approximately.
Okay. So you saw two white males and you said one was waving you down?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did you do after that?
I continued going forward. Did not know what the situation was at the time. I
Okay.
just seen someone flagging me down for calling me over.
Okay.
I continued driving until I got to that intersection, and then I parked my patrol car and got out of my car.
Did you see any other officers on scene, or were you the first officer on scene?
No, ma'am. I was the first officer there. Yes, ma'am.
So at the point where you get to the intersection, what do you do?
When I get out at the intersection, as I'm exiting my patrol car, I immediately hit my Axon body camera, which is located on the center of my chest. It takes a double tap to turn it on. I got out of my car and to see what was going on, and I seen two males there in front of me, and I observed a black male laying in the middle of the roadway, and he was covered in blood.
Okay. The two men who you encountered, what were they doing?
One was just kind of pacing in a small area, just walking. The other doing the same thing, just pacing, walking in a small area there.
Okay. Now, as the first officer on scene, what's your focus?
My first focus to any scene, including this one, is officer safety. So when I get to a scene, I scan the area to see if there's any immediate threats, and then scan the area for any victims that need emergency medical aid.
Okay.
In this case, once I observed the body laying there and covered in blood, I went ahead and communicated with dispatch and summoned the emergency medical personnel to the scene. And then my focus from that point is for scene security, scene integrity.
Okay.
My job is to make sure that the scene stays in its natural state that it was found and changes as least amount as possible.
And why is that?
It's just important for when investigators get there that scene integrity keeps everything the way it was originally.
Okay.
That way, throughout their investigation, they can see how everything was, including evidence and victim where people are positioned and laying at.
When you arrived on scene, did you see any vehicles?
Yes, ma'am. When I arrived on scene, directly in front of me, behind where the body was laying and the two men, there was a white F-150.
Okay.
And then right behind that one was a black Chevrolet Silverado truck.
Okay. And are those two vehicles commonly known as pickup trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned the black male that was lying in the street. How did he appear?
He appeared to be, he was wearing a white t-shirt. He had khakis and white tennis shoes. He appeared to be unresponsive to his surroundings. He appeared to be deceased. He was covered in blood.
Okay.
The back of his shirt, the majority of the back of his shirt was covered in blood. And up underneath him, he had bled out to the point that the blood was exceeding the perimeter of his body. So he was laying face down on his stomach in the puddle of blood. Okay.
Did you hear any kind of sounds at all coming from the deceased male?
Yes, ma'am. I heard it's like an agonal breathing. I've always heard it being called a death rattle.
Okay. And is that a sound that you had heard before?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When?
I've responded to a suicide and to multiple vehicle fatalities where it's been at the people's last moment after death.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you heard it those times?
And I heard the same type of sound, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, seeing that, did you attempt any CPR or anything like that on the deceased male?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
Well, when I got there, I did not know any of the people or any of the facts or circumstances to what had happened. The only thing I knew that I observed was a body laying in the middle of the roadway that had just bled out, and it was by apparent gunfire. So, being that I was the only officer on scene, without having any other police units to watch my back, there was no way that I could switch my attention to anything medical and still be able to watch my surroundings and watch after my own safety.
Okay.
And I also did not have the adequate medical training. My uniform and patrol car was not equipped either with any type of medical supplies or medical equipment that would have sufficed working on any gunshot or a critical injury.
What did you have in your vehicle? Did you have any kind of first aid kit?
Yes, ma'am. I had a small first aid pouch.
Okay.
It's probably approximately the average size of an open hand. And inside of that was things that were made for like minor cuts and things like that. It had like Band-Aids, ointment, and antiseptic wipes.
Okay. Now, the males who you saw on scene, do you see them in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you see a person by the name of William Bryan in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to stand, you can do that. Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be the gentleman here on the very end, blue overcoat, khaki pants, wearing glasses.
In Your Honor, I would like the record to reflect that he just identified Defendant Bryan. Now, do you see someone by the name of Greg McMichael, who you saw on scene?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be the fourth from the very end here. It's going to be a black tie, black overcoat, and glasses as well.
And Judge, if the record could reflect that he has identified Defendant Greg McMichael. do you see Travis McMichael, who you also saw on the scene that day?
Yes, ma'am. Fourth over from this lady here. It's going to be he's going to have glasses on and a gray overcoat.
Okay. Judge, let the record reflect that he has just identified Travis McMichael. Thank you, Mr. Minshew. Now, when you're on scene, did you immediately see any weapons?
When I got on scene, I didn't see them right off the bat. Momentarily, though, I did see a shotgun laying over in a grassy yard.
Okay.
It was going to be pretty much directly behind where I originally saw Travis standing when I got there.
Okay. And was there anything notable about the shotgun when you saw it?
Yes, ma'am. It was. It had blood. Had a significant amount of blood on the shotgun as well.
Okay. During the time that you were on scene, did you see any other weapons?
Yes, ma'am. I after a good few minutes had already passed, I observed a silver revolver handgun in the passenger seat of the white F-150.
Okay. Passenger seat of the white F-150. Okay. Now, did other officers then arrive on scene there to assist you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The second unit throughout the investigation, many showed up, but the second unit to arrive was Officer Duggan.
Okay. And did Officer Duggan render aid to the deceased male?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you put up any kind of crime scene tape or anything like that?
I did. That's part of the crime scene integrity, is to set up a perimeter around the border of what you think at that time is going to consist of all the evidence. It keeps people from walking inside of the perimeter.
Okay, thank you. Reflect that I'm showing defense counsel States Exhibits 40 through 42 and also States Exhibit 131. Are we good? Okay. May I approach, Judge?
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 40, 41, 42, and 131. If you can look at those and tell me if you recognize them, and tell me how.
All right. States Exhibit 131.
Yes, we can start there.
Yep. I recognize the, you can see the caution tape that I put up.
Okay.
And you can see there's the white. Let's see if you can
Identify them and then we can describe them.
Sure. So, do you identify those pictures? Have you seen them before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am, it is. I do identify the pictures.
All right. And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it when you went out there at Holmes and Satilla on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Do they appear to have been altered or changed in any way?
No.
At this time, we tender states 40, 41, 42, and 131.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead.
Okay. Exhibit 40, Mr. Minshew, can you just let the jurors know what we're looking at in Exhibit 40?
Okay.
And before we get there,
Mhm.
is this a photo you took?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
A lot of times, I'll take an overshot. It's just an overview of the overall scene. That I usually try to do that as quickly as possible,
Okay.
just in case something gets moved or changed around. That way, we can see the original state.
Okay. So here, did you take these photos as soon as you got on scene?
Yeah, probably within a minute and a half to 2 minutes.
Okay. So here, what are we looking at here in the center?
That right there is Mr. Ahmaud Arbery's body.
Okay. And was this photo taken before it was moved by Officer Duggan?
It was before. I was still the only officer on scene.
Okay. Now, going to States 41, what are we looking at here in States 41?
All right, you see my patrol car there to the left.
Is this it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And Mr. Ahmaud Arbery's body laying directly in the center of the roadway.
Okay. Right here.
Yes, ma'am. And
What
then
do
in
we see over here?
there's the white F-150 truck.
Okay. Are you able to recognize who this person is?
They had the lighter gray shirt on. Looks like Gregory Michael.
Okay. And here we go. Looking at States 42, what do we see here in States 42?
Mr. Ahmaud Arbery's body laying in the center of the road.
Okay.
In the backdrop, we have the white F-150. Behind that is a black Chevrolet Silverado.
Okay.
It looks like there is Mr. Gregory McMichael there again. And then if you look down, go over to your left just a hair, there's going to be a shotgun.
Okay. So is this where the shotgun was when you
Yes,
first
ma'am.
got on scene? Okay. Looking at States 131, what are we looking at here?
Okay, that is you're looking through the caution tape that I put up. Right past that is the white F-150.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Then behind that one you have the black Chevrolet Silverado.
Okay.
And then
And who do we see here at the Silverado?
that is
This person.
that is William Bryan.
Okay. And who is this person
And
standing near him?
Gregory McMichael.
Okay. And do you recognize this as a screenshot from your body cam video, Mr. Minshew?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the point where this is happening on your body cam, is this before Mr. Bryan was interviewed by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is before Mr. McMichael, Greg McMichael, was interviewed by other officers, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you said you were wearing a body cam on that day, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you review that body cam footage before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Did you review it in its entirety?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your time on the scene?
It does.
Was it altered or deleted in any way?
No, ma'am.
At this time, Judge, we would tender States 228.
From the defense.
Which is the body cam.
The body cam, his body cam video,
No
correct?
objection. No objection.
No objection.
Submitted. What was the number again?
228, Judge. And also, Mr. Minshew, I am showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as States Exhibit 228A. Can you look at this, flip through it, tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like a transcribed transcription of my body camera.
Okay. And similarly, before coming to court today, did you look at that entire transcript? Did you review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does it seem to mirror your body cam video in terms
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
words that are spoken?
It does.
At this time, we tender states 228A.
For demonstrative purposes.
Yes, correct.
To aid the jury,
Correct.
present, no objection.
And to aid the witness.
No objection.
No objection.
One moment, Your Honor. And Judge, just for the record, we are tendering these just for this presentation. Of course, they won't be going back there with the jury. And defense counsel, they understand that.
So, speaking of the transcript.
Transcript, correct.
Not
What we're doing with the transcript of it.
Well, because we're not playing the video, so the officer will use that to help him testify and quote what was said.
So as we sit here now, we understand the video is an evidence. That's one thing. The transcript is going to be used to help guide the testimony as well as help the jury understand what's being said. On the video, the transcript is the object.
Okay, it's in for demonstrative purposes, and the only reason I ask is I don't really give a charge if a transcript is being provided to the panel. I understand they're not being provided to the panel. It's simply being used by the witness in order to aid in his testimony. I understand.
Just being clear for the record, the video itself, 228, is an evidence.
No. So I want to clarify. The agreement with defense counsel was that these are both being tendered in for the record only, and his body cam video is not being tendered into evidence to be played at any point in time at this time. It is strictly for the record because he's going to be testifying to the statements via the transcript to aid him in recalling the statements. So I don't want this to be misconstrued by the defense at all. This is strictly, these two items are for the record only.
Yeah, I understand how they are trying to have this officer testify about statements that were made and how there may be some limitations about those statements. The body cam is an evidence. I think it's now an evidence, so I'm not in agreement.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Ladies
in
and gentlemen, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and take a step into the jury room while we address
Some legal matters before the court.
All right, to the jury, please.
All right. Mr. Minshew, I'm going to ask that you go ahead and just take a step outside. You are under oath. Please do not discuss your testimony with anybody. All right. We may have just confused a very simple issue, but I just want to make sure I understand what's going on.
And I'm sorry, but Mr. McMichael took a
Okay. Good.
right.
Just a moment.
So it's all here. All these, and I'm going to put them over here since they're in. Okay, so anything you want. Yeah. You need 131? 131. Yeah.
We got everybody back.
To clarify my position, because I think I was the one talking to the court at the time. The video, I'm sorry, and we have 2 lawyers for the state, so I thought Ms. Oliver was handling this. To clarify, Your Honor, the video I intend to play. We have discussed at length statements of co-defendants and how those are going to be presented through the state. So I understand that the transcript is going to be used for this witness to testify about what he was told by one of the defendants. I get that. What I'm saying to the court is the video is in evidence. There's going to be limitations, I understand, about what statements can be played from the video and whether they invoke brutal issues, confrontation issues, etc. I get all that. We've worked hard to try to limit those issues by simply having witnesses testify to those statements. But I intend to play the video, the first part of it. I can do so without sound, but I intend to play the video because it shows what was going on in the scene when he first arrived. And there is a statement made by Greg McMichael to Travis that I think falls under a hearsay exception, and Travis makes an exclamatory, guttural cry out that I want the jury to hear, which I don't think involves any issues. So, to the extent that I'm saying to the court that video is in evidence, it's in evidence. I don't intend to violate what we talked about brutal.
Well, sounds like we're getting ahead of where we are.
It was admitted.
The state was limiting, yes.
So, no. Let me be very clear about what I heard from the parties. 228, body cam, tendered and admitted.
Correct.
Okay? That's it. 228A is the transcript that Minshew is going to testify, assist with his testimony so that we can work through some of the Bruton issues. Okay. That's what I understand the current status of the evidence to be.
Right.
How that body cam, if it is presented, gets presented, then is the next step in the process, which we're ahead of at this point.
I agree, and only raised it because Ms. Donikowski stood up and said, we're not using the body cam in a certain way, and I just wanted to make sure that we understood it's in evidence and I intend to use it. But I'm not going to go back and violate the Bruton discussions that we've had. And if I feel like there's a statement that needs to be presented and if there's an exception to it that doesn't invoke Bruton, etc., then I would raise it to the court at that time, have an opportunity to be heard, and so now we're a little bit ahead of the game on that one.
I'm not entirely sure what we're arguing about from Mr. Bryan's perspective.
From what I just said, it sounds like we're not arguing about anything with regard to the presentation of the evidence right now.
Well, Your Honor, if I may, this morning before we started, I informed all defense counsel that I thought it was appropriate to tender the video for the record only, to tender the transcript for the record only, out of consideration for the witnesses who were taking the stand to testify, in this case for Officer Minshew, about what Mr. Bryan said, what Mr. Bryan did. And I explained very clearly that we were not going to play that, and it was not being offered as evidence. It was not going to go back with the jury, and I explained to them that what we were going to say is this is being tendered in strictly for the record. It's strictly to assist this witness to testify to these statements, and it's not going to go out with the jury. It's not going to be seen at all. And all of them were informed of this. So the state feels, having had an agreement from the defense, that all of a sudden we've tendered it into evidence with the purpose of making it part of the record, and with our intent clear that it was not going to be played. And now, of course, Mr. Sheffield is telling me, oh no, it's tendered into evidence, it's in evidence, I'm now going to get to play it. So the state, of course, feels a little hoodwinked, bamboozled, that I had an agreement with the defense attorneys as to what the nature of this was, and our intent to just make it part of the record. Now, if that was an error on my part to be so transparent and forthright and to try and work with them and I shouldn't have had this tendered in, and I should let them go ahead and tender the body cam in to then show portions. I understand. And I would understand the court's ruling at this juncture. If it's in and they want to play portions of it, then that's on us for having attempted to do the right thing, and we'll go down that path. I just wanted the court to understand that my understanding in doing this, and I explained it to them, was something completely different than what they're representing right now.
There was a...
So he's still up first.
Okay. And I'm sympathetic to the state. Nobody wants to, in a case of this importance or magnitude, nobody wants to play gotcha games with the evidence. And certainly that's, from the Bryan defense, that's not our intention. My only concern, my only dog in this hunt is that depending on the testimony of this witness, we may or may not, subject to Bruton and all the other problems that we have, it's possible that there may be small excerpts in that statement that we may want to play. And we certainly aren't waiving the right to do that, but I didn't necessarily take the state as saying that the video is being played, the entire thing is subject to being played without any further inquiry. My primary concern here is I don't want any authentication issues if there's portions of the video that are otherwise appropriate to be played before the jury.
Well, so let me just point something out before we get started. If your co-counsel is going to make a offhanded comment about two lawyers arguing, and I get two lawyers arguing, I would suggest that we examine what shots we're going to throw back and forth, because I don't like those. I've explained on the record before that the professionalism in this courtroom is not just asked for, it is demanded. And so if we're going to do this, let's just be aware of what we're doing. I have not, at this point, lost my patience on this issue, but it's not the first time I have brought it up. If you're going to throw shots at the other side, I'm going to call you out on it. This is an example of it. Let's not do it. Okay?
I haven't said that.
You have not. But what my point is, just a moment ago, your co-counsel called out the state for having two lawyers get up and start arguing a point. And it was not a comment that was meant to go in passing. Right? It was a direct comment, maybe in the moment. But again, let's make sure that we're fully aware of what we're doing before this court, because I am going to expect everybody to adhere to standards. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
The only thing I was going to say is it was not my intention to bamboozle Ms. Anacostia. She was very transparent about what she intended to do. Mr. Sheffield wasn't even in the room when she told us what she intended. And it was my understanding that she was not playing the video because of the Bruton issues. It was too difficult to go back and forth and find these spots. Totally understood that. I don't think that prevents us from playing either the video without audio or a portion that, if it can be an exception to the hearsay rule.
I don't disagree. What I've got right now is the video's in. It's been admitted. I don't remember it being admitted in a limited fashion. It's in. Okay. The transcript's in for clearly the purpose of assisting the witness. So that's just in demonstratively. The video's there. I understand there's some Bruton issues with regard to what occurs within the video itself, and counsel have discussed that amongst themselves. I haven't gone through all of the transcripts to work through it, because I assume that since counsel have done that and it has not come to me as having problems, that we've worked through the Bruton parts. I understand Mr. Sheffield wants to use part of it. If that doesn't violate Bruton or some other rule of evidence with the video being in, then so be it. But we haven't reached that yet.
Sure, I understand. I wasn't aware of the agreement, so we can do it however, if the court wants to allow the state.
Well, no, at this point, the video's already in. And it sounds like if the defense wants to use it in the way that's been described, it's going to be coming in another way. Right. So I know the jury doesn't need to hear something being admitted twice for that purpose. Okay. But I understand where everybody is on it.
Yeah.
If I may be heard once more. And again, consistent with this theme of gotcha games, unless there's a statute or rule that prescribes it, Your Honor, why don't we just get this out of the way? And if two lawyers or 3 lawyers or 15 lawyers want to participate in the direct or cross-examination of a witness or addressing an issue that comes up, it's just going to be so much easier given there's multiple sets of lawyers all around. Not to get into that.
I had said early on in this case, each party is represented by counsel.
My preference, unless there's a clear need for an exception, is one lawyer per issue. Otherwise, going through 3, 5, 7, hearing from 9 folks on every issue is a waste of time. If y'all can't coordinate that, let me know that you can't coordinate that, but I expect to hear from one lawyer per issue, per witness. Everybody understand? Okay. Now, if there's a real exception to that, let me know why exactly it is that you haven't been able to coordinate with your co-counsel. And I'm sorry, 10. I missed one. My apologies. So from this point, with all this going on, in order to move this process along, I'm going to try very hard to adhere to that. I think we're back in the place we need to be, which is with a clear understanding of where the state is going with its witness. I do need, before I forget about it, maybe now is a good time to address it. What exactly is in the box with the shotgun?
So, Your Honor, what's in the box with the shotgun currently right now are test fires. We went back in and we looked at the test fires. It appears that the evidence will be that Brian Leopard got the box and removed the 3 or 4 unspent cartridge cases and the 1 spent cartridge case that was not ejected and put them in extra bags for testing and analysis. So they are not what's in the box right now. The test fires are the items in the box. But of course, Ms. Ramos had put what she thought was in the box, but that's not currently what's in the gun box.
Okay. So that'll be cleaned up. I just want to make sure I understand what we have admitted into evidence then. That's going to be cleaned up through witnesses, I assume. It also satisfies the court that there's not live ammunition in the box with the shotgun.
There's not.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Stay ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go ahead and get the panel. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get the witness first and then the panel.
No, I would stand up.
Thank you, sir. If you could just please take the stand, I remind you you're under oath. All right, let's get the panel.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. So, Mr. Minshew, do you still have that transcript up there with you? Awesome. All right, so let's just talk a little bit about whether you spoke to any of the men that were out there on the scene on February 23rd, 2020. Did you speak with any one of them?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke with Mr. William Bryan.
Okay. And where was Mr. Bryan when you spoke with him?
He was standing nearby his black truck.
Okay. And in terms of the street, are we still talking about Holmes Road at that point?
Yes, ma'am. We're still standing at Holmes Road.
Okay. Now, at the point where you go up to speak with Mr. Bryan, was Mr. Bryan under arrest for anything?
No, ma'am.
Was he detained in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was he in any kind of custody as far as you were concerned?
No.
Okay. Did you force him to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you threaten him in any way to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
Did you promise him anything of benefit to talk to you?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Bryan voluntarily agree to speak with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol or drugs or anything like that?
Did not appear to be.
Okay. So did he appear to understand what you were telling him at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, where did Mr. Bryan say that he resided when all this happened?
On Burford, 307 Burford.
307 Burford Road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And is that in the Satilla Shores subdivision?
It is. Satilla Drive turns into Burford.
Burford Road, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did he say whether his truck, his pickup truck that we saw in those photos, did he say where that truck was parked?
Yes, ma'am. It was in his driveway.
Okay. So let's talk about his actual statements to you in that transcript, okay? When you first approached Mr. Bryan, what did you ask him? And if you can turn to page 6, lines 13 through 14, and just quote that right there.
Sure. I said, all right, so you're a passerby coming through?
Okay. So
And Mr. William Bryan,
what was his response?
his response was, not necessarily.
Okay. So you ask him if he's a passerby coming through.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And his response is not necessarily.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Bryan then begin to tell you what happened to lead up to Ahmaud lying dead on the street on Holmes Road?
Yes.
Okay. Did Bryan tell you that he actually got involved in the chase that led to Ahmaud's death?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the beginning of that involvement. Okay. What was Bryan doing when he noticed something was going on? What did he say he was doing?
He said he was working on his porch.
Okay. And where was that? Was that on Burford?
Yes, ma'am, at 307 Burford.
Okay. And did he say something happened to catch his attention as he's working there on his front porch?
Yes, ma'am. He said he saw a black male run by.
Okay.
And then he saw a white truck drive by.
Okay. Now, when he saw the black guy run by, did he recognize that black guy?
He didn't say he recognized him, though.
He said he didn't recognize him, right? Now, when he first saw that truck drive by, did he recognize the people in the truck?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So he didn't recognize the black guy.
Correct.
And he didn't recognize the people in the truck.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, what did he do after seeing the black guy in the truck? And if you can turn to page 7, line 23 for me.
He said he hollered at the truck, "Y'all got him?"
Okay. So he hollered.
I'm sorry, I misheard you, but they corrected me. It was my hearing, not yours.
Okay. All right. So he said he hollered at the truck, "Y'all got him."
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So having no knowledge of what was going on, he asked the truck whether they had him.
That's correct.
Okay. Did he ever ask the black guy if he was okay?
No, ma'am, he did not say he did.
Did he ever ask the black guy if he needed help in any way?
No, ma'am, he didn't say he did that.
Okay. Did Bryan then get into his truck and join the chase?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 8, lines 1 through 3, and just quote from where it said, he pulled out. Lines 1 to 3.
He said, pulled out of my driveway, was going to try to block him, but he was going all around it. I made a few moves at him, and he didn't stop.
Okay, thank you. Was that portion that you just read, when Mr. Bryan said he pulled out his driveway and tried to block Ahmaud, what road did that happen on?
That was on Burford.
Burford Road, okay. Did Brian say anything about Ahmaud having to stop during the chase at some point?
Yes, he said that he had to stop and catch his breath.
Okay. So Brian saw that Ahmaud had to stop and catch his breath.
Yeah, Brian's the one that told me that happened.
Okay. Now, did Brian point to the area where Burford Road kind of ends and comes up to the intersection of Holmes and Satilla when he said that Ahmaud had to stop and catch his breath?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So Ahmaud had to stop and catch his breath at the end of Burford.
She is testifying and leading. This witness is not saying what Ahmaud did or thought. This witness is saying what Mr. Bryan told him.
And I'm willing to be a little bit loose with this here. Let's get the narrative in. If you need clarification, just to make sure using this process we know where everybody is,
okay,
I'll allow you to do so, but let's get the narrative through.
Gotcha, Judge. So I'll try that again, okay? So where was Ahmaud when Brian said he had to stop, meaning Ahmaud, to catch his breath?
Where we were standing, he pointed back toward, we were on Holmes Road, he pointed back toward Burford.
Okay, so in that area of Burford. Now, according to Brian, did he say specifically that he blocked Ahmaud during this chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he say specifically that he cornered Ahmaud during this chase?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many times did Mr. Bryan say that he either blocked Ahmaud or cornered him during this chase?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. Is he asking how many times Mr. Bryan used the word, or how many separate times what he's describing took place?
I can re-ask the question, Judge. How many times did Mr. Bryan say that he blocked Ahmaud during this chase?
How many times he said it is irrelevant. How many times it happened is relevant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Go ahead, Mr. Minshew. You can answer the question.
After going back and reviewing the transcribed body camera, it appeared to be approximately 5 times.
Okay. So 5 times he said that he blocked Ahmaud.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many of those times happened on Burford Road?
I believe it was 2 times on Burford.
Okay. And how many of those times happened on Holmes Road?
And those were 3 times.
3 times on Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I know it's human nature to say mm-hmm and to nod,
yes,
but if you
right.
can, thank you for the court reporter. Now, did Brian ever talk about whether he should have been chasing Ahmaud?
He did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 20, lines 23 through 24, and just tell us specifically what did Mr. Bryan say in terms of...
Could you give me the lines again?
Sure. Lines 23 through 24 in terms of Mr. Bryan's involvement.
All right. And one more time for the page.
Page 20. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Might be going a little bit too fast.
23. He said, I mean, this would have never happened, you know. He said, I mean, this would have never happened, you know. Should I have been chasing him? I don't know.
Okay, so he said, should I have been chasing him? I don't know. Is that right? Okay. Now, did Brian, during the course of your interview, talk about his belief that Ahmaud was somehow trying to get into his truck?
He did.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21, lines 2 through 4, and tell us what he said, starting with one time.
One time, when I cornered him up over here, he was trying to get in my truck. He tried to get in my door.
Okay, and at the point where you're talking to him on scene, is he pointing to a certain street where he's saying he cornered Ahmaud?
Yes, ma'am. He was pointing back toward Burford.
To Burford Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. did you then follow up by asking him to clarify what it looked like Ahmaud was doing?
I did.
Okay. And what was his immediate response? And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 21, lines 22 through 23.
I mean, I'd cut him off pretty good now.
Okay, thank you. Did Brian talk about driving on the wrong side of the roadway when he was trying to block Ahmaud and corner him?
Yes.
Okay, did he say he drove on the wrong side of the roadway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he talk about wearing a seatbelt or not wearing a seatbelt as he's driving and chasing Ahmaud, trying to block him and corner him?
Yes, ma'am. If I remember correctly, he was not wearing a seatbelt.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to turn to page 23, lines 17 through 18, and just tell us what did Brian say about feeling he would be thrown through the windshield? And if you can just start with thrown, lines 17 through 18.
He said, thrown through the damn windshield trying to chase this joker.
Okay. So did he tell you he felt like he was going to be thrown through the windshield without his seatbelt trying to chase this damn joker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Joker being the victim in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Brian talk to you about his involvement in the moments immediately before Ahmaud was gunned down?
Say it one more time.
Sure. During your interview with him, did he talk about his involvement leading up to the victim being gunned down at the intersection of Holmes and Satilla?
Did he tell me that while we were talking?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And if you could turn to page 33. Lines 3 through 10. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you can just read where it starts from the black guy and
Okay.
just read it, slowly.
He said, the black guy, like I say, went on up towards the damn fire truck. But I think I somehow or another changed his mind and he cut back through this way. I think I blocked him again or something over there.
Okay, go ahead.
And he came back through this way. So I went back up in here and went that way. And that's about where your video picks up when I turn around.
Okay. And at the point where Brian's talking about the last blocking incident that you just read, what road is he on and what road is the victim on?
We're on Holmes. We're on Holmes Road at that point.
Holmes Road, where he died.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
So did Brian also talk about Ahmaud seeing him on Holmes Road and then turning around back down Holmes Road towards the intersection where he was shot?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to direct you to page 10, line 11. Tell me when you're there. Starting with he.
He said he turns around and comes, sees me, and he turns back around and starts hauling ass that way.
Okay. And that would be from your interview with him, hauling ass back towards the intersection where he was
back
killed?
Towards Holmes Road and Satilla Drive.
Okay. Did Brian talk about seeing Ahmaud looking tired? Like he was tired of running at some point?
Yeah, he mentioned that he was.
No, that the previous question was stopping to catch his breath, Judge. This is a different question.
He did mention that.
Okay. So, go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you. Now you can answer.
Yes, ma'am, he did mention that.
He didn't mention that. Okay. Let's see where we're at with that one. Okay, so go to page 34. and tell me when you're there.
There.
Okay. Okay, going down to line 17, starting with when. Not the second when.
Okay.
Okay, so when I rounded.
Okay, he said, when I rounded the corner out there, it was almost like the black guy was tired of running.
Okay, thank you. Did he say that during this time he overheard anything being yelled towards the black guy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to go to page 36, lines 17 through 18, and tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. Starting with stop.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just go ahead and
Yes.
and tell us that?
He said he heard, stop, what'd you do? Or something like that. What'd you steal? What'd you do?
Okay. And that's during the time that he's being chased, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, according to Brian, did Ahmaud ever say anything during the chase that Brian could hear?
He said he never said a word.
He never said a word. Okay. And did he say how close he got to Ahmaud during the chase when Mr. Brian was chasing him?
He said he had his window down, and at some point he got right up close next to him.
Okay. And he didn't hear him say a thing?
That's correct. He did not.
Now, did Brian have a cell phone on him during this time when he's chasing
Yes,
Ahmaud?
ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever tell you that he called 911 or anything?
No, he did not tell me. He never mentioned it.
Okay. Did Brian ever see Ahmaud with any kind of weapon?
He never told me he saw him with a weapon.
Okay. You specifically asked him about a weapon and whether he saw one.
I don't recall.
Okay, but Brian never told you he saw a weapon.
That's
on
correct.
him.
He never told me he saw a weapon.
Okay. Did Brian ever say Ahmaud made any verbal threats towards him during this time when he was being chased?
No, ma'am. He said he didn't hear him ever say anything.
Okay. Any verbal threats towards anybody at all?
No, ma'am.
Did Brian ever say he saw Ahmaud commit any crime at the point where Brian decided to leave his house?
No, ma'am. He did not report any crime to me.
Okay. Did Brian ever say he was trying to make a citizen's arrest of Ahmaud?
No, ma'am.
Did Brian ever say he was trying to arrest Ahmaud for criminal trespass?
No, ma'am.
Loitering?
No, ma'am.
Burglary?
Didn't mention it. No,
Attempted burglary?
no ma'am.
Aggravated assault?
No.
Anything?
No, ma'am.
And did Brian ever say that he told Ahmaud that Ahmaud was under arrest for anything?
No, ma'am.
So after you talk to him and you get his statements, is there a point where you discover there was a video of this incident?
Yes, ma'am. He told me that he witnessed everything and that he had it recorded on his cell phone.
Okay. And did you see that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where were you when you watched it?
I was sitting in the passenger side of his truck. It was during the day. He said he had it on his phone, so there wouldn't be glare. He sat in the driver's side, and I went to the passenger side, and he played it there.
Okay. And did you watch the video in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you recognize the scene from the video as the scene that you were looking at?
Yes, ma'am. They were both the same.
Okay. And did you recognize the people depicted in the video as the same people on scene with you that day?
Yes, ma'am. The same vehicles and same people were in the video.
Okay. At some point, did you try to email the video to yourself?
Yes, ma'am. Tried to email it. Did that so that it could be right away at Glenn County's on a file. That way we had it just in case. Same thing as taking pictures right when we get there.
Mm-hmm.
It wouldn't send, so I try to make a shorter version, leaving the original on, but make a shorter version just to, again, send it through Glenn County Police Department's email. Couldn't get any of them to send.
Okay.
And then that's when another officer who was familiar with criminal investigations said that they could pull it off right there.
Okay. So you tried to crop it. Were you able to crop a shorter video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But the original longer one was still there, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. But you weren't able to send either of them?
That's correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the video before coming into court today?
Yes, I've looked at it again.
Okay. And is it fair and accurate in terms of the video that you saw on the 23rd of February 2020?
Yes, ma'am. Same video.
Okay. Other than your cropped portion, in terms of the original video, were there any alterations or anything like that?
No, ma'am. They look the same.
Okay. At this point, Your Honor, we would tender states 190.
Objection. No objection.
No objection.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Minshew, did Brian ever say that he saw Ahmaud throwing anything anywhere, like from out of his pockets or anything during the chase?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Permission to publish, Judge?
Go ahead. I'm just so I'm clear, what you're posting, this is 190.
Yes, 190. If I may have one moment, Your Honor. Mr. Minshew, do you hear Mr. Bryan say anything right there in that clip?
I can hear him say something, but I can't make out what it is.
You can't make out what it is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. The defense might have some questions for you, okay?
Yeah. Mr. Sheffield. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're at a good time to break for lunch. Why don't we go ahead and recess until 1:15? That gives everybody an hour to get some lunch and be ready to go at 1:15. Again, all the instructions the court has given you to this point still apply. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. All right, have a good lunch.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, y'all can be seated. All right, Mr. Minchie, during the lunch recess, do not discuss your testimony with anybody. I remind you that you're under oath. Okay, you can go ahead and step down. And please be back just before 1:15. Thank you. Anything from the state before we recess?
There you are.
From Travis McMichael. There you are. From Greg McMichael. There you are. Oh, Mr. Bryant. Oh.
Well, just one issue concerning some of our needs here that I'd like to address with you, either in chambers or up at the bench.
Why don't you come on back?
Thank
If
you.
you can just discuss with council, that's it. Need everybody to come back. Anything from Mr. Bryant?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess until 1:15.
Please be seated.
All right, we are back on. Defendants are present, represented by counsel. Good. Mr. Sheffield, ready to proceed? All right, let's go ahead and get the witness. All right, let's get the panel.
So rise for the jury. Seated.
All right, you all right in the front row there? Okay. Just so excited to get to your seat, right? All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. We're ready to proceed with the evidence. All right, thank you. Mr. Sheffield.
Okay, very good. Officer Minshew, it's no longer Officer Minshew, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, if I slip into that, it's only because you're the officer on this case. Okay. So one of the things that I wanted to make sure of before we kind of went back through some of your testimony is that prior to today, you've had an opportunity to review the report that you wrote in this case.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You've also had the body cam video that we've been talking about, and you've had an opportunity to review that body cam video in its entirety?
That's correct.
Okay, because it runs for quite a long time after you get there. I just want to make sure that you've been able to see all of it.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Have you reviewed anything else prior to your testimony today?
The transcript.
The transcript of the body cam video?
And the video that Mr. William Bryan shot.
Okay, so you've had a chance to look at that as well?
Yes.
In preparation for today?
That's correct.
All right, perfect. One of the things that I wanted to make sure I understood is that as a law enforcement officer, you've had particular training on use of force.
Yes,
right?
we have to have it yearly.
Yearly, as well as how to de-escalate situations.
Yes.
Okay. And so one of the things that you're doing when you arrive on the scene in this case is you are trying to make an initial assessment of what in the world has just happened here, right?
Yes.
And in this scene in particular, because there is a body lying on the ground that is bloody, and there are two men standing around it, you need to make sure that the scene is safe.
Yes, correct.
Safe for you and potentially others.
Correct.
Okay. So one of the very first things that we see you do is that you get out and you begin to try to assess the situation, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You also ask that the two men that are standing, who we now know to be Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael, that their guns are put away, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in no time did you see Travis McMichael go to the grass to try to pick up his shotgun?
No, I didn't see him do that. No.
The issue for you also is to try to start to get a little information from these gentlemen, right?
Yes.
So you are trying to assess their level of cooperation when you're first engaging them in conversation. Is that
Yes,
fair?
I'm observing that from the beginning, yes.
Okay. And so one of the things that you will do is you will ask questions.
Correct.
You will see how they answer you in return, right?
Yes.
You'll begin to try to develop a sense of their mental state, right?
Yes.
And in this case, it was one of the things that you've already testified to is that there was a lot of pacing going on, right? Travis McMichael was doing a lot of pacing in a small area.
Correct.
Greg McMichael was doing a lot of pacing in a small area.
That's correct.
Travis McMichael actually had blood kind of covering him front and back.
Yes.
Right? Okay. You recall seeing that he had blood on his arms, right?
Yes, it was on his arms, hands, and on his head.
On his head.
Yeah.
And you recall seeing that he also had some blood here on the back of his neck even.
Yes.
Okay. So this was a fairly, as you were beginning to observe it, a fairly traumatic scene that was kind of unfolding in front of your eyes.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Travis McMichael was still under the influence of that trauma.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Based on your observations, he was still under the influence of that trauma.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'm not asking to speculate what was in his mind, that he was visibly traumatized by the experience.
Let's let him describe it. That'll be easier for the court.
Well, I'm going to lead him with cross-examination, Your Honor, and so I'm going to say to him the question that I want him to answer.
So, understanding what the basis of the question is,
Yes.
it's going to be important for the court to get an understanding from the witness,
Sure.
whether he is responding to your question or whether he's testifying to it. You can ask it either way.
Okay. I'm not asking you to guess what was in his mind, but you visually took in the way he was behaving. Is that correct?
I did.
And he appeared to be traumatized.
I would suspect that any person with a soul or a heart would be in shock.
You heard me asking about Travis McMichael, though, right?
Yes, I heard.
Okay. And he appeared to be traumatized.
I don't know what he was thinking. I was also taking in a lot of things myself, trying to figure out what had happened and what type of dangers could be around my area. That's the main thing that I was thinking of. But I did see him pacing back and forth, yes.
At some point, did you hear him cry out, gasp?
I don't recall.
I don't recall that. Okay. Your testimony is that is the sound that the body makes after the person is deceased. It's just sort of air coming out of the lungs. Is that fair?
Yeah, from what I've always heard it as is like a death rattle, a death gurgle, referred to as agonal breathing, to where it's, from my knowledge, from what I've known while policing, is that it's when the brain doesn't have any oxygen, it's where it's a natural reaction for the body.
Okay. So it's not a sign of consciousness as you understand it.
Correct.
It's not a sign of the brain being intact and forming and making decision.
That's how it appeared, yes.
Okay. And so other than that sound of air, that agonal breathing, Mr. Arbery did not say anything or speak any words?
No, he didn't.
Did not cry out that you heard?
No.
Okay. Now, you were joined by other officers pretty soon thereafter, Officer Duggan being the first one, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. You were also joined by an Officer Caitlin Roberts.
That's correct.
Okay. You were also joined by Officer Brandeberry.
Yes.
Who was working with Officer Roberts, right?
Yes, that's correct.
All these people, to your knowledge, had body cam as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I think there was an Officer Mitchell that kept a crime scene log.
Yes.
People coming in and out of
That's
the crime
correct.
scene. An Officer Jackson who may have assisted in some way. You recall?
Officer Jackson, yes.
Officer Oliver, another officer there.
I don't recall her while I was on scene. I don't know if I don't remember speaking with her or seeing her out there particularly.
Okay. All right. Also, as one of your goals, once you determine that everybody is going to be safe, there's not any active danger present, you are now looking to maintain the integrity of the scene.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's where you begin to kind of rope it off with the crime scene tape.
Yes.
Right? And just to be sure, the evidence that you were roping off in the crime scene tape was ultimately collected by Officer Ramos. Do you recall that?
I'm not sure. That was, I believe, the scene was still being ongoing whenever I left.
Okay. To your knowledge, though, Travis never walked around the scene and picked up or removed any evidence.
To my knowledge, no, and I didn't see him do that either while I was there.
Right, and never attempted to run away or flee when you were there.
That's correct. It did
Just
not.
stood in the spot and kind of waited.
That's correct.
Okay. One of the things that I wanted to make sure we understood is the video that you obtained from Roddy Bryan, Mr. William Bryan, is you said that you've watched that all the way through. That's been admitted into evidence, and I want to put it up here for just a moment. Okay?
Yes.
Hold on one second, Your Honor. This thing has got a mind of its own. Now it's leaving spots everywhere. This is what happened to the state. Yeah, it's taken on the settings of the pointer and the touch piece, so we need to have Cedric back to turn it off. Otherwise, we're just going to get stuck in the same position we were before. So we'll need to take a pause, Your Honor.
All right.
Sorry, you're very welcome to sit for a minute. But
No, let's go. Let you go ahead and take a step outside of the courtroom and see if we can get this addressed, and then we'll bring it right back.
All right for the jury. Please be seated.
They're on their way.
just so the court knows, I practiced this for about 10 minutes. It was all set up and didn't touch it. So I expected this to be a Broadway quality demonstration. circle up there. It's robbing the control lane. The only thing I've done is tried to open and close the Elmo so I can do a video, but it's putting up yellow dots everywhere. Now we're clear. Okay. Let me see if I can do it. Do you mind? Thank you so much. All right, so we're done. What's this?
That's the camera system.
All right.
Put it on the video.
Okay. Perfect.
Let's put it
All right.
that's
Perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm ready. Thank you, Cedric. Okay,
Back together.
we're ready.
Okay. Falling off the wall. Back together. Let's go.
I think I saw what he did, so it happened again.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
All right, we are back on. Everybody is present. Mr. Sheffield.
Thank you. And so, Mr. Minshew, we were just talking earlier about the video that you collected from Mr. William Bryan at State's Exhibit 190. I now have it up on the Mondo board. Can you see it on your screen there too?
Yeah, I can see it.
So you have viewed the initial part of this video, and I think from what your testimony was is that you have shared with us that this is Mr. Bryan behind Mr. Arbery. The jurors can't hear me. I'm sorry. I think what your testimony was that when you got this video from Mr. Bryan, that this is the view of Mr. Bryan coming up Holmes Road towards Zellwood. Is that correct?
It looks like, I believe it's toward, he turns around at some point. I'm not sure which direction it is now. I'm not sure which direction it's at now because I think they turn around after this part here.
So he turns around after this part. That's correct. When he turns around, do you know what direction he runs back towards?
I'd have to look at it from, I'm not sure which direction they're going in at that moment from this clip.
Okay, well, let's just play it very briefly. See him running. And then he turns and comes back the other way. You see that? And here's one more shot of it. All right, so now that you've seen that, isn't it true that Mr. Arbery is running up Holmes towards Zellwood?
Yes, that does look like towards Zellwood before he backs up. Looks like it.
And then when he turns around, he's now going to be running back down Holmes towards Satilla.
Then, that direction does go back towards Satilla.
Okay, very good. And you'll notice there up at the top of the road there's no car or truck in the road up there, correct?
Not in camera, no.
Not in camera. And you have no information that there was any car or truck up there at that time?
I can't see one.
Yeah,
and
so there's not one there.
Yeah, no one told me if there was one up there or not.
Okay, very good. Now there's a phase of this video starting right about now where it kind of goes out, for lack of a better word. You can't really see anything except the bottom of the floor of the truck, right? Here's where it begins to get dropped and lowered down to the floor. Now that starts at about 0.06 seconds. Did you see that? If I go back here, 0.06, we see the turn, and now the camera goes down. Is that about right?
Looked about right, yes.
Okay. So at about 0.06 seconds, it goes down to the floor of the car. It stays down.
And Judge, I'll object to him just narrating this. If he wants to ask him a question about it, that's
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let him testify to
Okay.
the video.
Nope, no worries. All right, now we start at 50 seconds to see a little bit of daylight again. Do you agree with that?
That's what it appears to be, yeah.
Okay. And now at about 1 minute 8 seconds, we see the road again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now looking down the road here, this is heading down Holmes Road towards Satilla.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and where the road curves like that, we've been calling it a dog leg. Is that a fair term for you as well?
Haven't heard it before, but it does curve to the left.
Okay, where you kind of can't see the rest of the road.
Okay.
And then in a very tiny, tiny spot, you can see Mr. Arbery down there.
That's correct.
It appears he's sort of past the dog leg already. Past the curve in the road?
Yes, that's what
It appears that way, okay. And so just to do the simple math, it's about a minute worth of time where Mr. Arbery turns to run back up Holmes Road that we do not see what he's doing. Would you agree with that?
It looked like about a minute.
About a minute, okay. And as far as you know, is there any other video that exists of that minute worth of time?
I was not made aware of any other video.
Okay. Okay. One of the things I wanted to come back to on your testimony previously was the time period that you noted between when you heard the two gunshots and when you arrived at the intersection of Holmes and Satilla.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And I want to make sure that I heard your testimony correctly. That you said it was between 45 and 60 seconds. Okay. I thought I heard somebody say something. Oh, okay. That it was between about 45 and 60 seconds between when you heard the gunshots and when you arrived at the scene.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at it on the clock, but it felt like it was about 45 seconds to a minute, yes.
Meaning that where did you say you were when you heard the gunshots?
I had already went through the first intersection. And I was probably about halfway from the first intersection of Zellwood and Satilla and Satilla and Holmes.
So halfway between Zellwood and Satilla. Help me understand that again. Let me get the map up.
Yep.
Let me just see if I can get the map up. If that's okay. Here's our camera. bring this around to the jury, if you could show us where you think you were on Satilla when you heard the shot.
And Judge, may I approach just to see what's going on?
Yes, you can move around to see what's being presented.
I was around, this is the first intersection I was referring to.
Okay.
And I had already passed that one and passed several homes.
Wait, but let's do so without blocking the jury.
I'm sorry, am I blocking anyone?
I want you to bring it back this way in just a moment once we get it.
I had already went through this first intersection, and I had already passed several homes.
Okay.
So I feel like it was around this area here.
All right. Now, do you recall the address of the home that you received the call about?
The original address was 219.
220?
I'd have to go back and look at
Well,
it.
you think it was 219. So here's 219, okay? Here's 220 right there.
Okay.
Is it your testimony that you had not reached 219, the home about the call, which brought you out there at the time you heard the shots, or that you had reached around 219 when you heard the shots?
I just remember being a window around this area.
Somewhere
here.
in there.
Yeah, somewhere
Okay.
in there.
So you've kind of pointed to this area. Is that fair?
Yeah, it's fair.
Okay, I'm going to walk back this way, just make sure from where he's indicated. Okay, all right, very good. And if you take a look at this, 219 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 houses away from the corner. You agree?
Mm-hmm.
And you're traveling, what, 4 or 5 miles an hour?
A few miles an hour. Right?
A few miles an hour. You've got your windows open.
Yeah, back windows are down.
Back windows are down. Okay. And you're saying that it takes you 60 seconds to 45 seconds to drive these 5 houses?
Felt like it took about that time.
Felt like it did. Okay. Now, you recall in your report that you wrote, you have that with you?
Not on me, no.
Okay, would you like to get it?
Yeah, please.
Okay, where is it?
I mean, do you have a copy?
I can show you mine.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah,
okay?
that'll be fine.
Okay, all right.
Or do you have a clean copy, Mr. Sheffield?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm going to show you my copy to refresh your memory about your report.
Judge,
Do we have a clean copy?
I have a clean copy. I can provide.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to this first few lines here of the report, and just where it says right there. Just take a look at that real quickly and see if that is on our subject.
Yes.
Okay. So in the report that you wrote, this is a report that you wrote that day?
Oh yeah, that day.
Okay. And the reason that you do this is so that you can accurately remember what happened that day.
Yes,
That day was a stressful day for you.
obviously.
Okay. And so the basis of writing reports is so that you can memorialize all the important details that you may need to recall.
Yes.
Should you be brought to court, have to testify about something a year or so later.
Correct.
Okay. And in your report, you wrote that a few seconds later, I heard.
Objection, Judge, to Mr. Sheffield reading from the report, which is hearsay.
It's his statement, and I'm reading it to him. Okay.
Hold on a second. You can refresh his recollection
I
with it.
understand. Are you now recalling
Yes, I
what
read
you
that.
said about the time period between when you heard the shots and when you arrived at the 2 white males waving their arms?
That's correct.
And how many seconds was it?
I said in my report a few seconds.
A few seconds, which is definitely not 45 to 60 seconds, correct?
Yeah, well, the window for me was, with it being a few seconds, it was under a minute. It was when you're driving down through there, it felt like 45 seconds to a minute.
It felt like that, but it really wasn't that. It was a few seconds.
Okay.
Right?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Answer, Judge.
I don't think he's actually admitted to what a few seconds is, Your Honor. It's a real simple thing, but I think I've asked him how long it was. He says it felt like 60 seconds to 45 seconds. That's fine. I've asked him, in fact, that it was a few seconds, and I think he hasn't said yes to that it was just a few seconds.
He's provided you an answer. If you want to.
And your answer was?
Yeah, I wasn't looking at a clock.
Okay.
But
All right.
again, it felt like a few seconds, yeah.
Okay.
It was definitely under a minute.
All right. Yes. Yes. You guys put it in, yeah, okay. So where is Minshew body cam? There we go. Okay. All right. I want to show you what's been admitted into evidence as states 228. This is your body cam. I think you said you had an opportunity to review that.
I have, yes.
Okay. And what I want to do is I want to play just the first few seconds of it. Okay? Now at this moment we don't hear any sound. Why is that?
You have a 30-second delay when you start recording. It goes back, records, but it doesn't pick up your audio till 30-second mark.
Okay. And is it also the case that you don't have any dashboard camera in operation at this time?
Yes, and that particular patrol car did not have dash cam.
It doesn't. It didn't. Wasn't even equipped with dash cam.
That's correct. Wasn't equipped.
Okay. Very good. All right. Now, when you mentioned earlier that as you came to the corner of Satilla and Holmes, that there were two men waving you down. These are the two men you're speaking of.
Yes, that's correct.
And they were trying to draw your attention over to where they were standing.
That's correct.
Okay. And this is when you pull up, you find them standing in about this same general area?
Yes.
Okay. Now we hear some heavy breathing. Is that you?
I couldn't tell you. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Dispatch to 184 status. Dispatch all units move all non-emergent traffic to channel 2.
What did you just hear Mr. McMichael say?
He said, hey, Roddy has it on film.
Okay.
All right, guys, everybody's got the weapons up, correct? Okay. Dispatch, roll a squad.
When you say roll a squad, is that when you're saying roll in the units, other units to come and do crime scene?
No, a squad is emergency medical personnel.
Okay.
I'm 10-4.
Clear 10-4.
And what is it that you just heard Mr. McMichael say?
Sound like the Greg McMichael said he had no choice.
Okay.
You know where you got shot at, man? Is he shot on the front side, too? Okay, all right.
Dispatch 184, I need to know if you were involved.
All right. There's the blood on the back of Travis's head that you spoke about.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Negative. It's going to be a black male, middle of the runway. Looks like about mid-20s. 136.
Do you see Mr. McMichael trying to console his son?
I see him have his hand on his shoulder.
He says he had no choice. Did you hear that?
I heard him say that.
Okay.
Go ahead and start this way, please. Satilla Drive at Holmes Road. Satilla.
Okay, so where we're pausing here, one of the things that you were talking about early on is the relationship to Mr. Arbery's body, where the gentlemen were standing, and how you were coming down the road, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it true to say that there are no obstructions, no fences, nothing that blocks a person from running across that yard as you see it here?
I don't see any obstructions in that yard, no.
Okay. And you were, as we watch this come around, no, I think I moved it forward.
Satilla Drive at Holmes Road. Satilla Drive.
Okay. All right, I want to fast forward to a spot on the video where you're speaking, and only you're speaking to another officer.
Objection, Judge. What's the relevance of objection to relevance? I'll say that. So what then Officer Minshew is talking to another officer about.
So this is
Hearsay as well.
okay. So this is what we were just talking about, Judge. It deals with the time of the officer's travel from hearing the gunshots and from coming in to kind of view the scene. And he is giving a statement to this officer about where he was when he heard the gunshots and how quickly he arrived on the scene. We've had some testimony about, a few seconds, yes, but I thought it was longer. This is a continuation of that correction of the testimony, impeachment, whatever you want to call it.
In that case, Judge, it was asked and answered on the stand by Mr. Minshew.
This is actually him explaining it in narrative format, which makes it even more relevant because it's not a written statement later, it's a statement at the time, and it's a prior inconsistent statement to his testimony in court, and it's a prior inconsistent statement to his response on cross-examination. And it's in response to the questions that the state were asking about the bushes being on the property or visual obstructions being on the property. So it addresses those issues, Your Honor. It's a prior statement by this officer. It's perfectly admissible.
I'm glad I've got your opinion on the record. I figured you'd say that if you're trying to admit it. I mean,
it's in evidence, Your Honor. So.
Okay.
So, Judge, I believe the proper way to do it would be to confront Officer Minshew or Mr. Minshew at this point about it, and then play this, depending on what happens when he talks to him about it.
Senator, because is somebody else also provide? Is there an officer that's engaged in a conversation?
Yes, Officer Branderberry.
Well, he's just telling Officer Branderberry something.
Is that officer responding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Barely. I mean, we're not offering his statements for the truth.
Let's zero in with him. Why don't you ask him if he recalls this and see where we're
Well, we have to do it. I mean, I need to play it for him, or I can actually I have his transcript. So let's take a look at the transcript. I got it. I got it. Can we approach Your Honor?
Yes.
Just get right on the mic.
All right.
Okay, I understand what it is now. Yes. Well, let's give him an opportunity to address that, and then I understand, depending on what he says, we need to get into the video. That's fine. I mean, you're asking about his timeline, so let's get everybody zeroed back.
Are you saying I can't play this yet?
I don't remember what the last question was. Let's zero
it's
everybody
that
back
you
in.
were speaking to Officer Brandenberry about your observations of when you heard the shots and where you were when you heard them and how quickly you were on the scene after hearing them.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, yeah.
Well, yeah, bro. Right on the past the 1037 call, the house that I was looking for, they called out. I was coming right through there and I heard the shots. Took me a minute to grab what's going on. I heard the shots, I was coming through. I didn't realize what had happened until I got right there. And then, as I was coming around right by where the fire truck is, when the shots went fire, I was right around that freaking bush over there coming this way.
All right, so I think what you're saying is right when the shots were fired, you were right around that bush over there.
Right.
You're literally pointing to a bush that you can see in your body cam.
Yeah, there's a large hedge of bush coming all the way across there.
Yeah, and you can see where it is right here in the frame of this video, right? You're pointing to a large bush right over here.
Yeah, it's a
You see
long,
that?
yeah, it's a long hedge, correct.
Right. So when you hear the shots, you're over here by this long hedge, right?
Yeah, on the other side of that.
Just on the other side of that.
Right.
And then you come right into here where you have a view of the two gentlemen waving you down and Mr. Arbery's body in the road.
Right, I came into view after that hedge, correct.
Okay, all right. So that's what we're talking
When I got around here, man, he was already on the ground. Took me a minute to see, kind of see what had happened. But he's the one that come to call come out for it. Yeah.
Okay. And I believe that what you had testified to on direct examination with the state is that Mr. Bryan said to you that he did not recognize the people in the truck, meaning in the white truck.
Yes.
I think you testified to that. In fact, he told you he really didn't know who those people were. You recall him telling you that?
I don't remember exactly, but it was today.
I don't know who those people are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And at no time did he say to you that he was in communication with Travis McMichael or Greg McMichael throughout any of this interaction.
That's correct.
That there were no hand signals by Travis to go a certain direction or not.
No, he didn't mention any of that.
Hold on, please. Okay, thank you. Sir, I don't have anything further. Yeah.
Any additional questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Gall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Roddy Bryan, I'm sorry. Yeah, we're all trying to adjust here. Roddy Bryan never told you that he tried to run over Mr. Arbery with his truck, did he?
No.
Roddy Bryan never told you that he tried to hit Mr. Arbery with his truck?
No.
Okay. Obviously, had Roddy Bryan told you that he assaulted Mr. Arbery with his pickup truck, you would not have sent him home with his truck.
Correct.
I have a few questions for you about Mr. Bryan's demeanor on the day in question. Okay? And by demeanor, you're familiar with what that phrase means.
That's correct.
Okay. Did Roddy Bryan appear to you that day to be mentally unstable?
He did not.
Did he appear to you that day to be under the influence of alcohol or drugs or other intoxicants?
No, he didn't.
Did, as far as you could see, was Mr. Bryan loud or boisterous on the scene?
No, he wasn't. He was cooperative.
Okay. Was Mr. Bryan gleeful at any point?
No.
Would you describe him as boastful or bragging at any point?
No.
Okay. Did he appear to you to be attention-seeking? Hey, look at me.
No, he didn't.
Was Mr. Bryan dropping F-bombs or spewing profanity?
No, he didn't.
Was Mr. Bryan in any way disrespectful to you, other officers, or others at the scene?
No, he was respectful.
Roddy Bryan told you that Mr. Arbery tried to get in his truck, did he not?
He did.
He told you that he felt he was trying to get to the door handle.
That's correct.
And Mr. Bryan pointed out what he believed were Mr. Arbery's fingerprints on the side of his truck, behind the door.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I know this may sound like a silly question, but I have to ask. From your observation, is Mr. Bryan's pickup truck capable of being driven sideways?
It is not.
And is there any evidence that you observed that his truck actually had been operated in that manner, that it had been moving sideways at any point?
It did not appear to be moving sideways, no.
Now, we see Mr. Bryan's truck in the body cam video. You recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. When you spoke with Mr. Bryan, did he advise you whether the truck was in the same location at the time the shooting actually took place?
He didn't say specifically, no.
Did he suggest to you that it was a bit further back from the deceased at the time of the shooting?
Objection, Your Honor. Mr. Minshew just said he didn't talk to him about the positioning of the truck otherwise.
Did Mr. Bryan suggest to you that he had moved his vehicle closer after the shooting?
No, he did not.
Yeah, I approach you with a truck.
Yes.
Sir, directing your attention to the bottom half of page 14. Bottom half of page 14.
Okay, you.
Now,
there.
this has been nearly a year and a half since you took statements from Mr. Bryan. Having had a chance to review the transcript of your body cam, did Mr. Bryan in fact suggest to you that he had moved his vehicle closer to the crime scene prior to your arrival?
Okay, give me one moment if you don't mind.
Yes.
I do not see that indication on here.
Do you recall asking, okay, and do you remember where you were at this point?
I can look in my transcript, but I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall? Go ahead.
Yeah. What page are we on?
We're on page 14, about 2/3 of the way down. My copy of the transcript doesn't have line numbers, or I would give that to you. It's about 2/3 of the way down.
Yes, I see. I asked, do you remember where you were at this point?
And Mr. Bryan answered you?
He says, I was back a little further than I am right now.
Yes, sir. So in fact, he indicated that he did move his truck closer.
Yeah, I just don't know at what point during he did it.
I gather that. Would that statement to you be consistent with the quote-unquote the video of the shooting in this case?
Well, he was still moving forward during the video, traveling in the forward direction.
Yes, sir. But when the video goes off, his vehicle is back further than it is on your body cam video.
I'd have to watch it.
You can go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd have to watch it, sir. I just don't remember.
Okay. All right. Do you recall Mr. Bryan telling you that he worked at Southern Hardware?
I don't recall.
Do you recall whether he had any known connection to law enforcement?
I don't remember him telling me that.
He certainly never worked with you.
No, sir, he did not.
Okay. You were asked earlier whether Mr. Bryan told you that he called 911. Do you recall that question?
I was asked if he called 911?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I don't remember him calling 911.
In truth, you never asked Mr. Bryan whether he called 911.
I don't remember if he said he did or not, or he never mentioned that he called 911 either.
But you never asked?
I don't recall asking him, no.
Okay. And to be fair, you were already aware at that time of at least one 911 call.
Yes. I do believe that a few other calls came in during my time of travel there, but they didn't get out on the radio yet.
But you were responding to at least one call?
I was responding, yes, to a call for a suspicious person, yes.
Okay. So there was no question in your mind at that time that 911 had been called?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bryan told you that it was quote-unquote obvious that Mr. Arbery was up to something?
I don't remember. If you want to point me out to the transcript.
Yes. We'll come back to that one. Mr. Bryan told you that he had been hearing and reading about stuff going on in the neighborhood?
Objection, Your Honor. Based on rule of completeness, this wouldn't be necessary to complete what was discussed in his direct examination.
It's not, the rule of completeness isn't about whether the state discussed it in the direct examination. The question is whether the rule of completeness requires that it be brought out to complete the statement. If they had brought it out, I wouldn't be asking.
And we don't believe it's necessary in fairness, Judge.
He's asking.
Which statement is he talking about? What is it necessary to complete? Which part of it?
I thought the state inquired as to what, if any, knowledge Mr. Bryan had that day. I thought they had already gone on to that in a different way.
Well, what would he be aware of? I have no problem with the question. If it's directed at what he was aware of at the time.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Bryan advised you that he had been hearing and reading about stuff going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I feel like I remember him saying that that people have been getting broken into out there.
Did he advise you that it seemed to have gotten worse in the weeks before the shooting?
I don't remember that.
Directing your attention to page 28, in the middle. I believe that's right below the comment, welcome to the neighborhood.
Would you like me to quote it?
Yes, sir. What Mr. Bryan said.
Correct. He says, I've been here for 3 years. I've been seeing some crap go on. It's been worse during the last 3 weeks from what I've been hearing and reading.
Thank you, sir. Now, did you follow up with Mr. Bryan about specifics about the crime in the neighborhood, or who knew what when? Was that your role on the scene that day?
No, sir. It was just for what we were there for, which at this point was a shooting.
Did you leave that to the investigators?
Say that again?
Did you leave that to the investigators?
Did I leave it for them?
That subject?
Yes, sir. For me out there as a patrol unit is for scene security, and then the investigators dive deeper into the investigation.
Very good. That wasn't your role as you perceived it?
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Bryan told you that Mr. Arbery would not stop?
Can you point me to that, please? Just been so long, I don't remember.
We'll come back to that. All right. I'm going to ask you some questions in a minute about the video, but before we get into that, do you recall Officer Roberts ribbing you or picking on you about quote-unquote relaxing in Mr. Bryan's truck?
Yeah, when she first walked up, yeah.
Something about getting in a car with her?
Objection to hearsay of Officer Roberts, Your Honor.
It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's explaining the officer's conduct.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure where we're going with this, so
Okay.
let's get it back to the case. I mean, if you can tie it together, all right, but I'm not sure. I don't really understand where we're going right now.
Okay. I believe you answered earlier that one of your primary responsibilities as first officer on the scene was to secure it for your safety and the safety of the other officers.
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say you wouldn't be relaxing in a truck with a random stranger if you felt your safety was endangered?
Upon getting on scene, one of my first things that I do is I do scan for immediate threats, and I did not see anything that was an immediate threat at that time. And it's not uncommon for us to be, whether it's going to a home and going into people's personal space in their rooms and such during investigations, so it's not uncommon.
Okay. Well, obviously you didn't view Mr. Bryan as a threat.
No, I didn't see him as a threat.
Okay. And is it fair to say you were trying to develop a rapport with Mr. Bryan at this point?
That's what we do, yes, sir, every time we interview.
Could you get more information?
Sure.
And in your defense, you advised the other officers that Mr. Bryan was a main witness.
Mr. O'Brien advised me that he was a witness, and when I get on scene, whatever people are claiming to be, that's what they are.
Yes, sir.
For that time.
Yeah. But in explaining the priority you gave to Mr. Bryan to your colleagues, it was because he was an important witness.
Yes, at that time.
Yes, sir. Now, about the video itself. Do you recall whether Mr. Bryan told you that he started the video because he thought Mr. Arbery was going to get away?
I don't recall exactly word for word. I do remember even asking him, was he just trying to get a identification of him?
And he told you he was?
Yes.
And why is it that he wanted to get his picture?
I'm not sure if you can put me to that quote.
Fair enough, fair enough. Directing your attention to the bottom of page 22 and the top of page 23. Oh, I'm sorry, you got it in front of you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Do you recall asking?
I will. Yeah, I will tell you now. I asked him at what point did he start videoing, and Mr. William Bryan said, well, I thought he was going to get away,
And you said,
so that
okay.
was the reason.
Okay. All right. Did Mr. Bryan know how many videos he had?
I think he said he wasn't sure. He had several. He had a couple.
Did he tell you he had thought he started recording sooner than he did or earlier than he did?
There's a little confusion there. I think he even knew at the time exactly when he started recording.
When you and he sat in his truck, he didn't even know what he had.
Right. He said he didn't know exactly what was on there.
And he gave you the phone in his car.
Yeah, that's where we viewed it at in the car.
And you asked him if you could download it for evidence or obtain it as evidence.
Right.
And he told you sure.
He did, yes.
Okay. And you had trouble, because of the size of the file on the phone, you had trouble sending it by wireless.
Yeah, that's correct. Sending it to email.
So you asked Mr. Bryan for permission to make a second copy, a cropped copy, a shorter video.
Right.
It'll be a smaller file.
That's correct.
And easier to send.
Say it again?
It'll be easier to send.
Yes.
Okay. And he agreed to that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at one point, I believe in the video, I think it's been shown, he told you that he had to put his phone down.
That's correct.
And at that point, he's putting both hands on the wheel.
I'm not sure what he was doing.
Okay. Did you see the wheel turning?
Yeah, we'd have to watch the video for me to narrate it.
Fair enough. And is it fair to say that Mr. Bryan fully cooperated with you?
Yeah, he was cooperative.
Is there anything more that he could have done for you that day?
All we expect is for people to be cooperative, and he did just that.
Okay. Now, I think you indicated earlier you did not Mirandize Mr. Bryan.
No, I did not.
And of course, he was free to leave.
Yes.
And in fact, you allowed him to leave the crime scene.
I did.
And that wasn't just your decision, that was a joint decision.
For who else?
Well, in your presence, did Officer Roberts tell Miss...
Objection to hearsay of Officer Roberts, Your Honor.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter, sir. Whether he was in fact free to leave or not isn't the point.
Well, how about what he recalls? I understand he was free to leave.
Okay.
And this officer's understanding is he was free to leave.
Do you recall another officer also telling Mr. Bryan that he was free to leave?
I don't recall. I'd have to see. Again, it's been so long. But he was not detained, which is why I didn't Mirandize him. And most of the calls that I respond to are not things of the nature of like homicide. So most of my investigations are based upon theft and shoplifting, things like that. So I usually talk to a witness, get their information, and then they're released when I get done with them. I'm not used to having to keep witnesses on scene.
Very good. Direct your attention to the top of page 35.
Okay, I'm there.
At least one other officer also told Mr. Bryan that he was free to leave. That he didn't have to come downtown.
Yeah, it looks like in different contexts, but instead another officer said you don't have to come down. We don't have to follow you around. And then he said, whenever y'all tell me to go, though, I'm fixing to be right down here at 307.
2 houses down?
Yeah, that's what he said.
He said he'd be on the front porch.
Yeah, he said it'd be down at 307 Burford.
Did you search Mr. Bryan for any weapons at the scene?
I did not.
You didn't search Mr. Bryan's truck for weapons either?
I did not, no.
You didn't observe any weapons on Mr. Bryan?
I did not observe any weapons on him, no.
He was armed only with a cell phone, as far as you could tell?
Yeah, as far as I could tell, just a phone.
Okay. To your knowledge, Mr. Bryan was unarmed at the time of the shooting?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
And again, he didn't pose a danger to you or anyone else on the scene?
I did not see him being dangerous to me, no.
I have a few questions about the direct examination today. Before I get there, Mr. Bryan told you that details of this incident were fuzzy to him when you were speaking with him.
I do recall that.
Okay. And in fact, he was hard to follow.
Yes, at times when he was trying to describe the directions that they went, it was very hard to follow.
Which is why you had to go back through his explanation of what happened several times.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, on direct examination, you were asked a question about Brian's quote-unquote involvement in the moments before Mr. Arbery was quote-unquote gunned down. Do you remember that question?
I do.
And then you were asked to read back a portion of the transcript in which Mr. Bryan says that he blocked Mr. Arbery. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. That was page 33.
Yeah, it appears to be so.
Yeah. But in fact, as you look back over the portion of the transcript that the district attorney asked you to read, that wasn't moments before the shooting, was it?
What do you mean moments? Is in what?
Well, when you're reciting what Mr. Bryan said about blocking Mr. Arbery, that description was not in the moments before the shooting, was it?
Let's see. Give me a moment. Let me see what happened afterwards.
Yeah.
He went on to further describe some other things that happened afterward. But since I wasn't there to see what happened before I got there, I don't know how much the moments had passed before it happened.
Directing your attention to the 8th line of page 33 of your transcript.
Okay. Looks like Mr. Bryan says, and he came back through this way. So I went back up in here and went that way. And that's about where your video picks up when I turned around.
Okay. So all that takes place before the now famous video starts. So it wasn't moments before the shooting. It was before the video that Mr. Bryan took started. Yes or no?
Can you ask me the question directly?
When Mr. Bryan is referring to blocking at that point, that's not moments before the shooting, as suggested by the question. It was, in fact, before Mr. Bryan's video begins.
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. To be fair, when you're directed to read a part of the transcript, you read that portion of the transcript. Am I correct?
Right.
Okay. It's not your place to correct lawyers when they ask you questions, is it?
No.
Okay. Now, on direct examination, I believe you said that Mr. Bryan attempted to block Mr. Arbery 5 times. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You recall there being some question as to how many times Mr. Bryan used the word block as opposed to how many times he actually did block Mr. Arbery. You recall that issue?
Yes. What was in the transcript versus how many times he actually did it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wasn't there. So.
Well, but then you answered that in fact Mr. Bryan attempted to block Mr. Arbery 5 times?
It was stated in there approximately 5 times, different occasions.
Okay. Okay. Well, would it surprise you that a word counter reveals that the word block is used in the transcript, the entire transcript, only 6 times?
Okay.
And that 3 of those times refer to Mr. Bryan circling the block, not blocking Mr. Arbery.
Objection, Judge, to the defense testifying versus answering a question.
I'll move on.
That's sustained. Move on.
You recall filling out a police report in this case,
I do.
summarizing your encounter with Mr. Bryan that day.
Yes.
Okay. If you could take a moment and review that police report. In your police report summarizing the conversation you've been testifying to today, how many times did you report that Mr. Bryan blocked Mr. Arbery?
None.
Well, it would be 1. 1. Certainly not 5. Am I
Okay.
correct?
The way it's worded, yes.
All right. And although presented as a consistent narrative here on direct, I think you've already indicated Mr. Bryan, you and Mr. Bryan went back over the same subject matter several times.
Yes, in the directions that they were traveling.
Okay. Including at least one time in the presence of another witness in this case. And I'm not asking you which one.
Yes.
Okay. And you've previously testified that Mr. Bryan's story was confusing to you.
Yes, the directions that they were traveling in, without me looking at a map, it was hard to follow.
And you really couldn't make out exactly what he was trying to say.
That's correct.
And in fact, while you were, no, that wasn't you, never mind. So, having had time to think about it some more, when you testified earlier that Mr. Bryan told you that he blocked Mr. Arbery 5 separate times, perhaps you meant to say that he used the word block 5 separate times.
I think he used the word corner one time in there as well.
Yeah, but what you're doing when you talk about the number of times that Mr. Bryan uses this word is you're counting all the different times you've gone back over the same incident with him.
I'm not sure.
You don't think that changes the flavor of your testimony?
Well, he did mention on several different occasions blocking, and one time he said cornering him in.
As you spoke to Mr. Bryan that day, it was pretty clear Mr. Bryan didn't know how many times he did anything.
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase. Mr. Bryan never told you that he blocked Mr. Arbery 5 times or 4 times or 3 times. He never told you how many times at all.
I'd have to go back in, but it looked like there was an occasion, a couple occasions where he said he cornered, and where he tried to block him off. He did.
Okay. But you never did. You never were able to tie down exactly what happened when for Mr. Bryan.
Exactly, no. It was confusing at some point on their direction of travel. Correct.
All right. Last question. Roddy Bryan never expressed to you any intention on his part to physically injure Mr. Arbery in any way, did he?
No, he didn't.
No further questions.
Any redirect from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Mr. Minshew, so we'll go ahead and watch the first few seconds of this again, okay? Because I have a question to follow up with you on.
Dispatch all units, we have all another emergency traffic jail too.
Okay, so are you able to see who this person is right here?
To the very far left,
Yes, sir.
Looks like Mr. William Bryan.
Okay, and who is this person right here?
That would be Gregory McMichael.
And what direction is he walking away from?
He's coming from the direction of William Bryan and the white truck.
Okay. And what did he just say to Travis McMichael?
He said that Roddy has it on film. He has it on video.
Okay. So Mr. McMichael and Mr. Bryan were talking right before you pulled up, right?
I later saw in my camera, my video Axon camera, that while or right after I put up caution tape, that Mr. Gregory McMichael was over at the truck with William Bryan.
Okay, and that's a separate time, but here he's walking away from Mr. Bryan while you're just pulling up, right?
It appears that way.
Okay. Now, you were asked about, I think by Mr. Sheffield, about those bushes that we were talking about when you were actually clearing the intersection. Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can we just get an exhibit number just for the record?
Sure. This is State's Exhibit 220, the very first video clip. It is at 1 minute and 08 seconds.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Minshew, do you recognize what we're looking at here in States? You said 120? 220. Do you recognize this area here?
Yes, that's the entrance to Satilla Shores coming in on Satilla Drive.
Okay, so I'm going to play it for you, and if you can just tell us where you think you were in your patrol car when you heard the shots, okay? What road are we on right here?
Satilla Drive.
Okay. And are we still on Satilla Drive right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Probably around here, starting from there for the next few feet-ish.
Okay.
I'd probably say a little bit further.
All right.
Okay, we're in the window now. We're in the window to where I was
right
about
here?
at. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm gonna back up just a little bit. All right, do you see this house, this
Yes,
building,
ma'am.
the structure? Okay. Do you remember this structure being?
Objection. You have them on redirect.
Okay.
So leading.
I didn't finish the question, but I'll rephrase it.
Thank you.
Sure. Now, you previously testified that the subject of the dispatch call was like a house under construction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see that house under construction in this clip of this body cam?
Yes, ma'am. That's the one that's to the right there.
Okay, is it this one?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes.
Okay. So at the point where you hear the shots, were you past this house?
I can't quite remember where I was exactly.
Okay.
I was just in that area.
In this general vicinity?
Yes, I just don't remember exactly where.
Okay. So whenever I get to those shrubs that you were discussing,
Okay.
can you let me know?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Back up.
Back up,
Okay. That's all that landscape there.
all this right here?
Yeah, it's there's a tree there, obviously a large moss tree, but there's some type of like a large big bush shrubbery going all the way across to the road.
Okay. So at the point where your patrol car is here, are you able to see the intersection of Holmes and Satilla?
Not quite yet.
Okay. Would the people over here at that intersection be able to see you or your car?
Looks to be doubtful through the landscape.
He's asking from his perspective. Otherwise, it's speculation.
But you couldn't see anything that was going on at that intersection, right?
That's correct, I couldn't.
Okay. Now, at this point, have you cleared the bushes?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the intersection here in view?
That is Satilla Drive and Holmes Road.
Okay. Okay. Now, Mr. Goff asked you whether Mr. Bryan ever used the words run over when talking about what he did to Ahmaud. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And he also asked you whether Mr. Bryan ever used the word hit. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Bryan use the word block in? Words block in.
I do recall him using block in and corner.
Okay. And he used the word corner as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. And did he also use the words angled at him?
Yes, something at him.
Okay. Now, when you were talking to Mr. Bryan, did you know what had gone on right before you pulled up to the scene when you started talking to him?
No.
Okay. So did you know specifically what kinds of questions you were going to ask this guy?
The basic general questions, the who, what, when, why, where's, but didn't know what had happened yet. So.
Okay. So you were trying to gather information.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So essentially, were you just asking Mr. Bryan open-ended questions and let him do the talking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you never specifically asked him if he called 911, is what you testified to.
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the transcript. I don't remember.
Okay. But you didn't specifically ask him a lot of things.
That's right.
Right? You just asked him to tell me what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And at any time, did he ever say, I called 911?
I don't recall him saying it.
Okay. So I want you to look at page 28 of that transcript, please.
I'm there.
Okay, and look at lines 12 through 14. Do you remember being asked by Mr. Goff about Mr. Bryan essentially saying that things had been getting worse over the past 3 weeks?
I do remember that.
Okay.
He did.
All right, so he said, here from lines 12 through 14, read for me what he said.
I've been here for 3 years. I've been seeing some crap go on. It's been worse during the last couple of 3 weeks from what I've been hearing and reading.
Okay, so I want you to go up to the same page, line 3, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and read from line 3 to line 6.
Mr. Bryan said, I've been here for a little over 3 years. I was renting this house over here from a buddy of mine, and I kept trying to get my money right to buy it, and I just bought it last week.
Okay. So at the bottom, Mr. Bryan is telling you things are so bad here over the last 3 weeks, right?
Yes.
But then he still just bought a house in that community 1 week ago.
That's what it says here.
Now, you were also asked about you not seeing Mr. Bryan as necessarily a threat. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Because you went and sat in his pickup truck.
That's correct.
Okay. But Mr. Bryan didn't try to hit you with his pickup truck, did he?
He did not, no.
Okay. He didn't block you with his pickup truck, did he?
He did not.
Okay. He didn't angle at you with his pickup truck, did he?
No.
And he didn't corner you into ditches with his pickup truck, did he?
No.
Okay. And is that why you didn't see him as a threat?
I didn't see him as a threat because I didn't see any reason to be threatened.
Okay. So, in terms of Mr. Bryan being a witness at the time when you're talking to him, as the patrol officer, is it your job to investigate whether a crime was committed and exactly what happened?
No, ma'am. The investigation is done by the Criminal Investigation Division, and as patrol units, our primary is to secure the scene and be more of a help, on perimeter checks and evidence. So we'll assist them, but that's not our primary position, no.
Okay. Is it your job to bring charges or take out warrants?
No, ma'am. We don't make those decisions.
So at the point where you're talking to Mr. Bryan, are you just gathering information
That's correct.
for the detectives or investigators who are going to come on and pick up with the case and carry it forward?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Minshew, if I were to ask you something at any point and you disagreed with what I'm asking you, would you tell me that?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you, under oath, agree to something that's not true?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, Mr. Goff asked you about your report here and how it didn't mention certain things.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that?
Yes.
How long is your report for this case?
Page or so. Yeah, about a page.
Okay. If I were to show it to you, would that refresh your recollection?
Sure.
No, we'll stipulate to its initial.
And I'm not trying to admit anything. How long's your report?
It's about a page and a quarter.
Page and a quarter. Okay. Now that transcript that you're holding in your hand, how long is that?
52 pages.
52 pages. Okay. So is it safe to say that your report doesn't contain the entirety of what happened on that day that you witnessed on your body cam?
Of course.
Okay. Is that why you upload body cams so people can see what actually happened versus just relying on your 1 1/4 page report?
Yes.
Okay. So I got one more question for you. Do you remember towards the end of your body cam having to go back somewhere to get someone?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, most of the things that I investigate as a patrol unit, we don't have to really detain witnesses very long. We gather information, get the personal information, phone numbers, and then usually they're on their way. We make our decision fairly quickly for probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
This one, he went back to 307 Burford, and my supervisor at the time, the sergeant on scene, he did the right thing. Once he realized that the witness went home, he advised for me to go get him and come back to speak with investigators there.
Okay. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything, well, hold one at a time. Anything on those issues, Mr. Sheffield?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Goff, on those issues?
statement you a moment ago when the state started examining you again. Were you telling them what you actually recalled, or what you thought the district attorney wanted you to say?
Which question are you referring to?
Well, I can be clear. I believe you just testified that Mr. Bryan, when you were speaking to him on the scene, referred or referenced angling Mr. Arbery several times. Do you recall just moments ago telling the jury that he was angling Mr. Arbery?
I think it was angled at him.
Yeah, angled at him. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. Show me where in the course of that entire 50-page transcript Mr. Bryan uses the word angled. Your Honor, perhaps the district attorney's office would stipulate that he did use that word, save this witness the trouble of going back through the transcript.
The court's not involved in stipulations.
Your Honor, I believe the state would like to reach a stipulation. Put it on the record. I believe the stipulation would be that this witness, that Mr. Bryan, in speaking with this witness, never used the word angle or angled.
Your Honor, he used that with another investigator. That's correct.
Sir?
Yeah, I see the block in the corner on these.
Just want to object to the state testifying.
If it's a,
I don't need Mr. Sheffield's permission to make a stipulation.
I'm not sure that was the objection.
Not the objection, it's the state stating that.
Yeah. Next time, if we're going to stipulate to something, let's go ahead and do that so we have some prior. I'll address that on the record once we have an opportunity to do so. I understand that that's the stipulation of the parties. You can go ahead.
Sir, I'm not going to make you read through the rest of that transcript. You're good.
Yeah, I see corner and block so far, but I haven't went all the way through.
There's a lot of witness statements in this case, aren't there?
Yeah, I believe so.
Fair enough. I'm getting back to an issue that I started earlier and lost my place. Mr. Bryan told you that it was obvious that Mr. Arbery was up to something that day. Did he not?
Can you, if you don't mind, could you refer me?
Page 20. I previously referenced page 28.
Okay.
I believe it's page 20. Six lines up from the bottom.
Okay, looks like Mr. William Bryan here says, I mean, if the guy would have stopped, you know what I mean, to find out what was going on, he obviously was up to something.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And I understand this witness also, we are releasing today, but remains subject to recall.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, you are released for the day, subject to recall.
All right.
Thank you. We can make it that time. Before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, lawyers, the court, we use words that have a lot of meaning and I want to explain one to you. In this case, evidence in the form of a stipulation has been introduced. A stipulation is an agreement between the parties concerning some fact or facts which you as the jury are bound to accept as facts during your deliberations. You may give the facts in the stipulations any weight or credibility you determine appropriate in your deliberations. So, with that explanation of what a stipulation is, we're going to take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back for continuation of the evidence. Thank you.
It's all right for the jury.
All right, y'all can be seated. If we're going to enter into stipulations, let's do so without negotiating in front of the jury, and that way maybe we can figure out language before it is actually presented in the court, and all the parties have an understanding of what that stipulation is so that they have an opportunity to object if they need to object, and so that we don't get extra verbiage into the stipulation that would be objectionable on the record. If we could do it that way, I'm happy to address stipulations, and again, they've been charged on it, but let's try to do it in a way that cleans up the language so it's very clear what the facts are. Let's go 15 minutes. We're in recess. We are back on. All the defendants are present, represented by counsel. Is the state ready to proceed with its next witness?
The state was ready up until about 20 seconds ago, where Mr. Hope brought something to my attention right now. If I may have a moment.
While they're discussing something, could I just make the record complete on an issue that involving Soviet? The objection I had to Ms. Olivier standing up and saying another witness will testify to the angle comment essentially was made. I objected on the basis that trial counsel was testifying. The court has not sustained that yet in front of the jury. I'd like to get the court to sustain that objection and cure it. That would be my request of the court.
Restate to the jury that statements made by counsel is not evidence, and go ahead and do that.
It'd be great if you said there was, something like there was an objection, I sustained the objection. We can have a record of it, and then make that curative would be great. Thank you.
Judge, it was the state's understanding that that was a part of the stipulation between the state and Mr. Goff, is that it was not mentioned to then Officer Minshew, but that it was mentioned to another investigator or detective in the case.
How about stipulation with it? This witness never used that word.
So therein lies the problem with stipulations, ladies and gentlemen. I will remind the panel that any that questions made or statements by counsel are not evidence in the case, and they should not be considered as such as they have been previously instructed. And I go back to my statement about stipulations. If you're going to stipulate, I would suggest we not do that as a negotiation on the record with the jury present and then blurt out what a stipulation is until all the parties know what the stipulation is. My preference is that they be reduced to writing so there's absolutely no question what the stipulation is, and we can proceed from there. So, I repeated what I said before the break. I will remind the panel of the court's preliminary instruction on statements and questions by counsel. All right. Is the state ready to proceed with this next witness?
Yes, Judge, just for clarification purposes. Mr. Hope just brought to my attention that one of the statements that Officer Brandon Berry will be testifying to is that a bystander came up and asked Greg McMichael, did he have a gun? And Greg McMichael said, no, I don't think so. I didn't see one. Greg McMichael then finishes that sentence with, but he attacked my son. The state's problem is, but he attacked my son has absolutely nothing to do with the knowledge of did he have a gun or not. And I think we're going to maybe get into a rule of completeness issue, so I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention that they're going to claim rule of completeness, and I'm going to say that has absolutely nothing to do with whether Greg McMichael said Mr. Arbery had a gun or not.
It sounds like we need to resolve the issue.
Right, and so I guess at this time, you're asking for it to be in, and I'm asking that it be held out, and I guess we need a ruling.
Let's hear the basis for each.
I didn't hear you.
Let's hear the basis for each.
Okay.
And the basis for the state is that it is not a rule of completeness. It's not necessary to explain Greg McMichael's statement to this bystander who simply asked, did he have a gun? And the answer was, no, I don't. I'm paraphrasing here. No, I don't think so. I don't believe he did. But he attacked my son. But he attacked my son has absolutely nothing to do with the answer of did the victim have a gun or not. And that's the basis for it not being part of the rule of completeness. It's not necessary to explain that particular statement. It's not part of the context.
It misleads the jury if left hanging like that in this way, Your Honor. At several places, Mr. Greg McMichael says that he suspected or believed, or even talking later in the day to Officer Marcy, that he had a gut feeling, which Marcy used the word hunch, that Mr. Arbery may have been armed that day. Then we know after Mr. Arbery was shot, fell to the pavement, Mr. McMichael, Greg McMichael, pulled his arm out from under his body to see if he had a weapon in it. And at that point saw that he was not holding a weapon. So that's the full context of it. that he wasn't sure if he was armed or not, but after he pulled his hand out, he knew he was not, or at least he believed he was not holding a firearm, because that's how he got blood. Greg McMichael, got blood on himself is because he pulled Mr. Arbery's arm out to see if he was holding a firearm. And the 24-1106 says, when a writing or recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing or recorded statement, which in fairness should be considered contemporaneously with the writing or recorded statement. And then over at 24-822, that rule says, when an admission is given in evidence by one party, it shall be the right of the other party to have the whole admission and all the conversation connected therewith admitted into evidence. The part at issue is when Brandeberry is talking to Greg McMichael, some other unknown, I think non-law enforcement person, bystander, has come up and can be heard on Brandeberry's body cam talking to Greg McMichael. At that point, I think Brandeberry is actually talking to Christy Rozier, who's either the coroner or an assistant coroner. And so the male speaker is talking to Greg McMichael. And the male speaker says, so the guy have a gun? And Greg McMichael says to this male speaker, not the officer, no, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell if it's one on him or not, but he attacked my son. And then there's overlapping conversation because Brandeberry, the officer, is speaking to Christy Rozier from the coroner's office. And Christy Rozier is saying her name, hey, Christy, coroner's office, talking to Brandeberry. And then the transcript has the male speaker still talking to Greg McMichael. Oh, really? That's in response to, he attacked my son. And then Greg McMichael says, yeah, he came at him. The next line is Brandeberry speaking to Christy Rozier from the coroner's office. Yes, ma'am. And then Mr. McMichael still speaking to the male speaker. He tried to get the damn shotgun away. So either all of that comes in or none of it should, because he's not even speaking to a police officer at this point. He's speaking to some other person being recorded by the police officer's body cam. So therein lies the dispute. The state simply wants to have the male speaker asking Mr. Greg McMichael, so the guy have a gun. They want this in through the officer. And then Greg McMichael's saying, only no, I don't know. Even though there's the rest of this conversation between Greg McMichael and unknown male speaker, not the officer. So our position is either none of it comes in or all of that comes in that I just read.
Final word from the state as the proponent.
Explaining to this other unknown male person that, oh, he attacked my son, he tried to get the shotgun away, has absolutely nothing to do with his knowledge with the original question, which is, did he have a gun on him? I don't know. They're not related at all and are not necessary to put it into context, especially the statement that Greg McMichael did not know that did not know whether Mr. Arbery had a handgun on him or not.
Just to say in further context here,
I'm going to object. I'm sorry, Your Honor. At this point, the state is going to start objecting when they want the last bite of the apple every single time.
Yeah, I've heard the arguments, counsel.
All right.
Move in, response, then move in, so reply.
not in any response, but there is one other one that's related to it. When you're ready, I'll bring up.
So we're using the rule of completeness. It's a declaration made by one of the defendants. I guess it can be described as a self-serving declaration. Under the rule of completeness, the court's going to exclude it, having heard the arguments of counsel as presented here.
I hate to, I cannot
Can't hear you, Judge.
Okay, it's on. Under the rule of completeness, the court is not going to permit it. It being as the court understands then, what the state's argument is, I didn't hear this, but this is what I heard from the argument, that it's a self-serving declaration that's made as part of that statement. All right. Specifically under the rule of completeness, the court is not going to permit that statement under those circumstances. So I'll permit the first part of the statement. That's not saying that that statement is just completely excluded. If there's a different way of doing it, so be it. But based on the arguments presented.
Could I add to that for your consideration one other place in the transcript where we don't have an agreement here, but it's related to, it's the same topic. It's 6 pages earlier in the transcript. The state has indicated the part they plan to introduce through the officer is Mr. Greg McMichael describing what he was doing after he saw Mr. Arbery run past him while he was at his house. And they have highlighted the part, I haul ass into my bedroom to get my .357 Magnum, and then they skip a few lines and have the next thing he says, I don't take any chances. And what they skipped over, and we didn't reach an agreement pre-trial, was this, the transcript, page 21, line 22. He says, these are the words Greg McMichael says, because we don't know if this guy's armed, because the other night the guy stuck his hands down his pants. Now for Bruton purposes, as we've done in other places in this very transcript, we would change we to I, so he doesn't implicate anything regarding Travis McMichael's knowledge. I mean, we'd be fine with we, but obviously for Bruton purposes, that was a concern for the state. So if it was to read, again, as the state has suggested we do in other places, changing we to I.
Do you have that page? I can just look at it.
Yes.
I'm listening to you, but it's hard to follow. It'd be easier to see it on the page.
It is very true. Oh, you have it. I'm sorry.
I don't.
Oh, I
See
thought that the state provided all this to the court.
If I had everything the parties provided to me in this case, you would not be able to see
I'd like you to look at me. I would not what?
You would not be able to see me.
Taller than the witness.
Your Honor, to expedite this, the state will take out the line, I don't take any chances.
Well, that's not the line that concerns me as much as the one before it, and in connection with the one we just had a ruling on.
Get me back there, because it looks like this was
So if you go to
closed.
page 21.
It was closed, so I thought it was open. I don't know which page it was. 21.
Yeah, page 21, beginning at line 17, and I'll just wait till you got a chance to read that paragraph.
So I'm looking at highlights here. What are these highlights?
Yellow is, and I'm gonna, if I can tag Al, this all occurred while I was in the middle of my death penalty trial between my co-counsel and Ms. Dunikoski. And so if she could explain the color coding, that would help.
That would be helpful.
The yellow was the indication we received from the state as to what they intended to introduce out of these statements. The red was our indication back to the state as to what we believed should come in under the rule of completeness. The comment boxes to the right indicate whether the state agreed or disagreed. Am I saying that correctly?
No, the red was,
There's no red.
right, and on this page there is no red, there's other red within the
Pink.
transcript.
All right, pink.
And the blue, so what you've handed the judge is yellow and blue, I believe.
Correct.
So the blue was what the defense counsel wanted in as rule of completeness. The yellow is what the state was tendering in. So when, Your Honor, you look at, because we don't know if this guy's armed, because the other night the guy stuck his hands in down his pants, is what defense counsel wishes to put in to this segment based on rule of completeness.
That's correct. I had to change the ones we printed, Your Honor. The blue was very difficult to read through. So I agree with Ms. Dunikoski.
In fact, are you able to read the blue? Your
I
Honor?
am. It's a light blue on my transcript.
Okay. We changed ours to pink.
Yeah, I'm not going to permit, there's a couple of things going on. It looks like it's two separate thoughts, but then we start getting into Travis grabs, this is Greg McMichael talking about what Travis is doing. Separate co-defendants.
We didn't highlight Travis grabs his shotgun part. We did not highlight that. We weren't asking for him to read that.
But the issue, though, is it implies, but the full statement is Travis grabs his shotgun because we don't know if this guy's armed. You want to change the statement simply to, I don't know if this guy's armed because the other night. The context is lost because he's talking about Travis and the shotgun and why the firearm was grabbed. He's assuming that Travis's thoughts are because Travis had seen the couple nights prior. This is the way I'm reading it, or it can be read. A couple nights prior that he stuck his hands into his pocket, I think it was, or down his pants. And there's that interaction where Travis thinks he may have had a gun a few nights earlier. That's what this is talking about, as opposed to what Greg McMichael was doing at the time. So that's the issue I have, and I can see where I can understand where the Bruton issue comes up with that.
Yeah, and just to further clarify, though, he's explaining why both he and Travis grabbed firearms, and so this actually completes the answer to why did you get your .357 Magnum, and then he adds in that the reason I got my gun is the same reason Travis got his shotgun. So it does apply to him as well.
Yeah, no, the court's not going to let it, because there's other parts of this that also, in order to give it additional context, we start getting into Bruton, because there's other, right in the middle of this, so I'll use the language in the transcript, not my language, I haul ass back in the house, and I said, Travis, this guy's running down the street, let's go, let's go, let's go. That's quote. So I haul into my bedroom to get my .357. Talks about it being a Glenn County PD issue.
Your Honor, it kind of leaves it hanging out there without context, as if he went to get his gun to fulfill this chasing and executing.
I'm working through. I'm trying to figure out how in this transcript you can start parsing that down.
You just did it, Your Honor, with the other witness. And that's the whole point of the reading it out, Judge.
the way I see it, to but to alleviate any Bruton issues, it would be to add in language, because I don't know if this guy's armed.
That was our suggestion, and I believe the state.
Well, you went into because the other night the guy stuck his hands in. That would be, that then is mixing the two together, at least to me reading the transcript.
Maybe it's the copy I gave you that's not ours, Your Honor, but, and I apologize, there's so many floating around. I really thought you had the set. But that is what we were asking for, what you just described.
Yeah, I just said, but no, what I heard was the continuation of that is because the other night the guy stuck his hands in down his pants. That's what Travis McMichael saw.
That's the explanation for why Greg McMichael got his gun. And so it's not offered for the truth of anything, it's not hearsay. It's to explain, it's to put in context and answer the question, why did you run back into your bedroom, Mr. Greg McMichael, and grab your .357 Magnum? Let's say that's a question.
Because I don't know if this guy was armed.
Well, no, because he thinks that he may be armed, because the other night his son saw him make the spurted movement.
I understand that, but yeah, no, the court will permit for completeness the explanation is because I don't know if this guy's armed. Beyond that, to me, the court, you'd have to take additional steps to make the assumptions that are being implied.
I'm trying to figure out how that puts the how it actually does put it into its proper context. Because if the question is, why did you get your gun, Mr. McMichael? And the answer that's now being allowed is, because I don't know if this guy's armed, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you grab your gun if you don't know that he's armed?
I'm assuming it will make sense with the evidence, because what I heard in opening statements is that the defense or somebody's going to get into Travis McMichael a couple nights before and what happened at the outhouse, or the porta potty, or whatever you want to call the red structure.
And that will happen, I do suspect, but I'm arguing right now about just what this next witness is going to leave the jury with, and it's not going to be accurate. It's going to be misleading. The reason it's going to be misleading is because we're not giving it its proper, complete context.
That's on the record. I appreciate the argument. Again, the court's ruled. We'll go ahead and add that in for completeness, but the rest of it, the court has already stated on the record its concerns about the balance.
It's okay, just so I don't step, unless the state's going to do it, is now cause I don't know if this guy's armed. That part's okay. All right.
Whose transcript do I have? All right.
There may be one more. The other one I'm concerned about that we mentioned, I just want to highlight, make sure the court followed me on this, is that the page 27. Oh, here it is. Sorry. This is the one you didn't have the benefit of the transcript for a moment ago, and it might be helpful. It's at the very bottom of page 27. And actually, the male speaker appears all the way over. He comes up around page 26, around line 15. And from 26, line 15 on, Greg McMichael's actually talking to a bystander while Brandeberry is talking to other people. But he's close enough to Greg McMichael that he's picking him up on his body cam.
Nobody has any idea who this is?
I'm sorry?
Nobody has any idea who this person is?
I don't.
You can't. Nobody even picked it up from the body cam?
It's not Brandeberry.
It's not Brandeberry. I don't know. It's if you're watching the body cam, you see a civilian walking up to the crime tape or near it, talking to Greg McMichael, but I don't know who it is. We haven't, I don't think we've got him in the case anywhere. Oh, you want me to keep going? So, as you can see, if you go page 26, I thought you were reading, I'm sorry. Middle of page 26, male speaker is up there talking to Greg McMichael, and at this point, Brandenberry's not interviewing him anymore, he's not speaking to him. And so when you get to the bottom of page 27, you should have a yellow highlight there at line 25, which indicates this is what the state wants to have Brandenberry read. And I suppose they want him to read male speaker. And so the jury's going to hear him read male speaker. And up above that, there's a section, and on mine it's pink, I'm guessing on yours it's light blue. The state wants to put in a section, and I think we did try to expand this to give further context, but it's the same problem. It's Greg McMichael talking to some other person who's not law enforcement. So, and he's not a witness in the case. So our position would be from 26, line 19, which the state and I had an email exchange over the weekend about expanding the context, all the way through page 28, line, wherever Brandenberry begins talking. Actually, it's going to be all of that. The next one is line, page 31, line 4. That's where Christy Rozier is talking to Greg McMichael. And she's possibly is a witness in the case, and she's the coroner. So anything from page 26, line 19, through all the way up to the page 31, line 4, where the state's going to pick it up next, should be out because it's not a law enforcement officer talking to him. I don't have that witness. You know, it's not the witness who's going to be here testifying. These wouldn't be the witness's words to Greg McMichael. It'd be some other unknown person.
If I may, Your Honor, this is just like a jail phone call. It's the statement of Greg McMichael. He's talking to some unknown person. So what if we don't know who the unknown person is? It is the statement of Greg McMichael being questioned by a male speaker. It's caught on body cam. Brandenberry is standing right there. He's watched his body cam video. He's checked it against this particular transcript. And with regard specifically to, I guess, the first thing the defense attorneys for Greg McMichael are asking for is for all this to be out, which the state disagrees with. The second thing is that I did agree that on page 26 I would go ahead and put in context that the male speaker says, I was concerned that it might have been that drunk guy that lives up here on the corner in that house on the far right-hand side. He's always walking in the road. Greg says, that one that kind of shuffles? Yeah. And Greg says, yeah, no, this ain't no shuffler. This guy's an asshole. I mean, he was hooked up when he came around the street. And then I agreed to, was he walking? And then Greg McMichael says, no, running flat out. I don't know where he was coming from down there. So these are the statements of Greg McMichael. They come in, and the state agreed to begin on line 22 on page 26 to continue this on to actually give it context over and above just starting off with, this guy's an asshole. I mean, he was hooked up when he came around that street. So that's what the state's looking to put before the jury in context. And defense contacted me over the weekend, said, can we put it in context? I said, sure, we'll add the shuffler part in without a problem. So the state's going to agree to that, to put that in context. But these are the statements of Greg McMichael. It doesn't matter that we don't know who he's speaking to. It's captured on body cam, overheard by Officer Brandenberry, who's reviewed it for accuracy, and it comes in.
Onward.
Yes, Senator. For the rule of completeness, just to emphasize what it should be doing, the concern is it's not that it lets in otherwise inadmissible evidence. It does do that, but that's the very purpose for the rule. And I think when the court said earlier that it was self-serving and therefore it's inadmissible, the rule of completeness, the very idea of it is evidence I could not introduce through a witness initially because it's self-serving. Say if Brandon Barry's up there and I wanted to get in a bunch of exculpatory stuff, I couldn't do that. Unless, under 822, it's to complete the context for the statement the state has picked out of the conversation and has introduced because it is inculpatory. And so saying, as they do, that Mr. McMichael says to the male speaker when asked, do you have a gun? No, I don't know, is out of context. It's incomplete. Yes, it would be self-serving to say, I thought, if I was doing it initially, I thought the guy was armed because of what happened the other night. But when the state picks out, no, I don't believe he had a gun, and just leaves it hanging out there out of context, the rule of completeness comes in and says, okay, it might have been otherwise inadmissible, but now it's admissible. So that's our argument. It should come in just to give the proper meaning to the words picked out by the state to use against Greg McMichael.
To the extent that this spills over onto Travis McMichael, even though we're trying to be very careful about Bruton, we adopt the rule and the law that the Greg McMichael's attorney is giving to the court, and would ask that the court allow a more complete statement to complete the rule.
I'm just going to read through this and see what it actually says. Let me just make sure I understand what I'm looking at too. So with these body cams, basically the reason that these have been all cut up the way they're cut up are the Bruton issues, correct?
No, sir. No, sir. That's not true. The reason they're cut up is because the state is cherry picking the parts of the statement it wants, allowing for the Bruton issue. So I've never seen defendant statements picked apart like they are, but it's like 1/10 of their statements are being put into evidence, and we're asking for the rest of the statements that finish the answers coming.
I think as far as the McMichaels go, I don't even see a Bruton problem here, but that was the concern the state had, and so we're trying to roll with it. And so that's why we're bringing out completeness, because, okay, if we're going to pick out little, as you can see, if you just look at the pages and you look for the highlighted parts, it's just little pieces here and there throughout a pretty lengthy body cam. And context is critical here. It's totally critical. And to pick out sentences like this and not give them a fuller context, which sometimes requires the whole conversation, but we can't do that. I get that.
I'm going to take this in the back and sit down and take a look at it instead of having everyone sitting here waiting on me to read through it. I'm going to read through it, not the whole transcript, but the portions we're talking about, and come back and make a ruling on it.
I think just one other thing. The state actually said, hey, we're just going to play everything. And that includes Mr. Bryan's statements to Seacrest. And at that point in time, I got a no, that's a Bruton violation. We cannot waive Bruton, and we're refusing to waive Bruton. That's what I got from the defense attorneys. At which point in time, I filed a Bruton motion, and at that point in time, I asked them, what is it you don't want me to say? And at that time, they said, no, state, you need to tell us what it is you want. So this complaint now that I'm cherry-picking their statements, they said, what is it you want in? And I said, this is what I want in. I sent these off to them. They marked them up. I sent back with my comments. This has been going on all of September, October. and we've now spent 45 minutes dealing with something that was supposed to be done a while ago.
I obviously read the motion. It came up in May, I think, at the motion hearing, and I understood it'd be figured out amongst the parties. Sounds like it hasn't been. I'll say this, it kind of cuts both ways with this. I understand the Bruton issues. I understood that we were going to be addressing the Bruton problems in the transcripts. I'll be very candid, the way that the body cam narrative was presented through Minshew, with the way these things are cut up, makes things at times difficult to digest. That's why as I'm sitting here looking at it, I want to take a read through and make sure I understand exactly what the context is, because I'm not sure all of the context was appreciated. And I'll, again, be very candid about it. That's a double-edged sword for the parties. But the court does want the best evidence before the panel that we can get before the panel. So I'm going to take a look at the transcript and make sure I understand exactly what's going on here before we take it any further.
And Your Honor, we'll see it not only for Greg McMichael, but also for Travis McMichael. There's an extensive interview of Travis McMichael, not yet on the table. Same issue applies, and it's going to be more of the same thing that we're going to have to bring to the court's attention.
Well, this is just rule of completeness on the statements that the state is asking to present. So that's all I'm addressing right now with this witness. There are two. The one that I ruled on, I'm going to go back and think that through, make sure I understand exactly what the context is, and I'll come back with a ruling. Yes.
Your Honor, so far, I don't think Ms. Dunkowski and I have had any real issues. That could change, I suppose, but I think the lawyers are working really hard to work through these issues.
Well, I don't doubt that. As was demonstrated by the stipulations, sometimes one person believes that they've agreed to one thing and another believes they've agreed to another. So that's the nature of the beast, which requires the court to take a recess. We just may keep everybody available over the next 10 minutes or so.
suit, Luke.
Hey, Amanda, do you have the site on West V State?
Yes, I didn't have the sign up on the West V State.
Yeah, send it to me. That's fine. Okay, we are. Let me get my mic on. Okay. We're back on. Defendant's present, represented by counsel. Took a look at this in the back. Here's what the court is going to allow. On the first issue, the court, having gone back and done a little bit of research on this, we've got West v. State, which the court based its prior ruling on the self-serving nature of the statement. I had to get my brain right. I've got West v. State, 200 Georgia, 566. It's an old case, but it effectively would permit even a self-serving statement to come in under these circumstances generally. So I am going to permit in the first issue, so I haul back to the house. I haul into my bedroom to get my .357 Magnum. I am going to permit the defense then to get this statement in because again, we'll keep the Bruton issue there, don't know if this guy's armed because the other night the guy stuck his hands in down his pants. Again, the court's ruling was based largely on the self-serving nature and the thought that it really wasn't necessary to explain. Giving it full context and having read through it, now I understand what the defense is trying to do, and I'll go ahead and permit that. As to this male speaker that comes out of nowhere, this mysterious male speaker that I assume somebody at some point did figure out. But what I'm going to permit is starting on page 26, starting at line 22, it brings context to what the state wants to get in on line 27. The conversation is also, I think, in full context down to the end of line 3 on page 28. So the court's going to permit then expanding what the parties had agreed to is what I understand is going on. I'm not touching the rest of the transcript and all the decisions that were made. This is simply based on what the court has read here from page 26, line 22 to page 28, line 3 in order to give context to the statement the state intends to use. Does everybody have those page and lines?
We do, and I presume since the state's calling Officer Branberry, they'll have a moment to instruct him to change we to I. Otherwise,
Let's go ahead and do that. Let's make sure he understands. Because I understand that is a Bruton issue that I don't want to have to go through the process of seeing if there's a waiver on that one sentence. Okay. Does the state understand the court's ruling?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. We go ahead and inform the witness then. Just changing the we to I on the page 25, I think it was.
Yes, Judge.
No, it's not 25. I'm sorry. Sorry, 21.
What was 21?
Changing we to I.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I've instructed him, he knows that, but I will ask some indulgence on leading in order to make sure we do not violate that Bruton situation.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm going to ask some indulgence on leading in order to make sure we don't violate any Bruton situation.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, but we'll see.
I think I understand the context of the question. The court, again, the state needs to take witnesses on direct, but the way this has been done, cutting up this transcript, I'm willing to give the state a little bit of leeway to get the witness to the points in the transcript that we need to get to that have been agreed to by the parties and which the court has now ruled upon. I think that's it. I'm not saying we get to lead the whole time, but in order to move this along and make it clear what we're doing. Okay. Okay. I understand we can now get to the witness. State ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, the state is ready to proceed. However, we have two witnesses here. One who's a short witness, I believe. Of course, I say that. I know the danger I'm stepping into. And then we have Officer Brandon Berry, who I now believe will be probably a little longer, given it is 4:22. Would the court prefer I put up Brandon Berry, maybe going to 5:30, or would the court prefer that I put up Adam Jackson right now, who's much shorter?
So the state thinks the Brandon Berry direct is going to be an hour?
I've got 7 pages of questions, so yes, I think it may be.
That answers the question. Now, let's do the short witness, and then it looks like we'll get to Brandon Berry tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Do we know who that short witness is?
Yes, Adam Jackson.
Okay. Everybody ready to go on that?
So, with that note,
Let's give everybody a chance to adjust their notes. We're going to need the panel, though. Yeah. Okay, yeah, because we need to introduce the witness. Is that? Oh. Is Liddell calling him in? Is the state ready?
no, unfortunately, the state needs a moment to shift for a second.
Don't blow it up.
Captain, I'm not.
Judge, while they're waiting, I have another one of those. Every time I get downstairs, I think.
329.
Thank you, Judge, for that indulgence. We're now good.
Okay, stay ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, we are. We're calling. I'll wait till the jury's in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome back. All right. Oh. Yeah, let's wait for the state to call the witness. All right, we're ready to proceed with the evidence from the state.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, the state will call Officer Adam Jackson.
Sure, tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
All right, Officer Jackson, how are you?
I'm good.
Go ahead and state your full name and spell it for our court reporter.
My name is Adam Tyler Jackson, AdamTylerJackson.
All right, and how are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Glenn County Police Department in Brunswick, Georgia.
All right, and what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the Glenn County Police Department?
I'm a patrol officer, so my job duties include responding to service calls when people ask for a police officer, patrol, drive a marked patrol car.
And how long have you been with the Glenn County Police Department?
I started in March 19th, 2019.
Now, have you spent your entire career in law enforcement with Glenn County?
Yes, I have.
Right. And so, you've attended classes and training at the Georgia Peace Officers Standards and Training Council?
Yes, I have.
All right, so you're post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you have to go through a police academy, or did you go through post?
Police academy.
And have you always been in the patrol division with Glenn County?
Yes.
And what Baker are you in?
Currently?
Currently.
Baker 9.
All right. Back in February of 2020, what Baker were you in?
I believe I was in Baker 11 on the north end of the county.
Now, today you are dressed in a suit. When you are on patrol, how are you usually dressed?
In a standard police officer uniform with, at the time, there was green slacks and a tan uniform shirt, badge on the shirt, name tag.
And normally, when you're driving patrol, are you driving a marked police car?
Yes, big white police car with big police letters on the side, lights on the top.
All right. And you also wear a body cam as part of that?
Yes, I do.
So are you familiar with the Satilla Shores neighborhood here in Glenn County?
I am now.
You are now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what county is Satilla Shores in?
In Glenn County.
Now, had you ever been called personally to any burglaries or entering autos within the Satilla Shores neighborhood in 2019 into January, February of 2020?
No.
So prior to February of 2020, did you know Mr. William Roddy Bryan?
No, ma'am.
And prior to February of 2020, did you know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
Prior to 2020, did you know Greg McMichael?
No.
All right, so I'm going to draw your attention specifically to the afternoon, Sunday afternoon of February 23rd, 2020, around 1 in the afternoon. Where were you?
I was, again, patrolling the north end of the county towards Jessup, and Officer Minshew was responding to a suspicious call, and at some point on the radio he said, "Shots fired." So obviously myself and several other officers all start heading that direction. Want to assist him, make sure he's okay, figure out what's going on. So I started heading that direction, got to the Satilla Shores neighborhood. At the time, I was a fairly new officer, so I took on a role assisting other officers, more experienced officers, with handling things at the scene. My supervisor arrived shortly after that, and he asked me to go speak to any residents, see if anybody witnessed anything or anything like that. That was generally what I was doing.
All right, so how long do you think it took you to get to Satilla Shores from where you were at the north end?
Probably 12 minutes, 15 maybe.
All right, so when you got there, were the fire trucks and EMS already there?
I don't recall if they were there or not.
All right. So, in preparation for your testimony today, did I meet with you previously?
Yes.
All right. And did I have you look at your body cam video?
I think at the time we hadn't looked at it.
Okay. But have you looked at it since then?
No.
No, you have not seen your body cam video?
No.
Okay. Can I ask you to look at your body cam video and review it?
I'm not sure if we discussed that or not.
All right. So when you arrived at the scene, who was already there?
Officer Minshew was already there, and I believe that Officer Brandon Berry, they either arrived the same time I did or just within a minute or two of me arriving there.
All right. And when you got there, you were in a patrol car?
Yes.
And what did you see as far as the scene itself?
I saw there was a body in the street, and I saw a truck over to the side of the road, and I saw Officer Minshew over where the truck was.
So, what was the task that you were then assigned to do when you arrived on the scene at the corner of Holmes and Satilla Drive on February 23rd, 2020?
My supervisor, Sergeant Leska, he asked me to talk to people that lived in the area, see if there were any witnesses, see if anybody had cameras that maybe faced the street, anything like that. I talked to one gentleman named Diego Perez and asked him if he had any cameras on the exterior of his home. He said he did, and that he would see if he had any kind of camera footage. He returned to me a short time later with a thumb drive memory card, which he said had video footage on it.
All right, so let's go ahead and break that down. You're out of the scene and you're tasked with interviewing witnesses. Was this a witness you picked out or someone who you got directed to?
He approached the area. I talked to several residents, but he was the only one that had anything as far as having the video footage or anything like that. So he was the only one by name that I talked to and got his contact information and all of that.
And when you located him, who was he standing talking to?
I'm not aware of him talking to anybody else.
Okay. And he offered to provide you with a USB sort of jump drive?
Yes, he had a jump drive that he said had camera footage on it.
All right. And at any point in time, did he ask you permission to go over and talk to Travis McMichael?
I don't recall if he did or not. If he did, I'm sure I would have said to stay where he was at, just, treating it as a scene. So.
All right. And with regard to the USB drive, did you actually collect that later from Mr. Diego Perez?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, you didn't review the footage on that jump drive?
No. In a situation like that, I knew that we were going to have investigators respond, so I went ahead and just held on to that till I could give it to them.
All right. And once you obtained that USB jump drive, handed over to the investigators, what then did you do at the scene?
At the scene, I helped, we put up crime scene tape, got a crime scene log, which is just a sheet of paper where we write down everybody that's been on the other side of the crime scene tape. Got some other officers needed water, bug spray, things like that.
All right. And did you write a brief report in conjunction with the homicide of Ahmaud Arbery?
Yes, I did.
And your body cam video, did you upload that to the system at the Glenn County Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to make sure. You haven't looked at your body cam video?
I have not reviewed it. No.
All right. Will you be able to review it overnight if I ask you to?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right. One moment, Your Honor. If you're able to watch about 1 minute of that body cam footage, would you be able to recognize it and authenticate it as your body cam footage?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I guess I apologize. I'm going to ask the jury to step out so we can authenticate this body cam footage.
We'll stipulate to its authenticity.
So Mr. Goff has stipulated to its authenticity, and we have a stipulation?
So do we, for Greg McMichael, we stipulate.
All right. At this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 329.
Understand. No objection then from the defense.
No objection.
It's admitted.
All right. So I'm going to direct your attention to the screen right there. We're going to go ahead and look at about the first 55 seconds. All right?
Let me know what you need.
That's me.
That's your voice?
Yes, ma'am. That's
You
me.
recognize it?
Yep.
All right.
You get a witness statement from that guy who's on up to the left? Yep. Hello, sir. Did you see any of what happened? You didn't see anything. You got video. You got video of it?
Probably have been running down here.
Okay. Can I get your name? You got your ID or anything on here?
And I can put it on a USB.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So who's the man that we're seeing right here that you're talking to?
That is Diego Perez.
That is Diego Perez. And who is he standing next to? Do you know?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So I'm going to also go ahead and show you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 317. And 317 and 318. So take a look at 317 and see if you're able to go ahead and recognize that.
Okay.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of what is right there?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will tender the evidence states 317. And go ahead and tell the jury. Oh.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
Good. Thank you. Go ahead and tell the jury what we're looking at there.
We're looking at a screenshot from my body camera footage of Mr. Perez standing near the scene.
So just simply a screenshot of what we're seeing.
Yes.
And then when we look at State's Exhibit 318, right, take a look at 318. Are you able to recognize that as another screenshot from your body cam?
Yes, that looks like about where the video started when I first walked up.
All right. At this time, the state would tender to evidence State's 318.
No objection. No objection.
No objection.
All right. So with regard to 318, you had kind of parked your patrol car down a ways, right? You
Yes.
had to walk up.
Yes.
And besides interviewing Diego Perez, you did not interview anyone else at the scene, right?
No.
Okay. How long did you stay at the scene after you turned off your body cam?
Not very long, since it was a busy day. Once my supervisor got there and we started getting other calls, he asked me to leave to go take care of some of the other business in the county.
Okay. That's after you had obtained the jump drive from Mr. Perez.
Yes.
All right. All right. So I got one last question for you. With regard to the body cam video, the dates and times. Are you able to explain to the jury the dates and times and how the timestamp works on body cam video? In other words, this has 1825 on it, even though it has the date of February 23rd, 2020.
Okay. Yes.
Now, obviously, 1825 is not when this is taking place.
Objection. She's testifying now. Hold on. Leading question.
Just rephrase.
All right. What time was it that you were there?
I don't set that clock that's on the camera, so I'm not sure why it's showing that date and time.
Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if you were able to explain to the jury why it shows that particular time. If you're not, it's okay.
I'm not, no.
Okay. I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Yes, sir. Afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jason Sheffield. We haven't spoken yet about this case, have we?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you were there to lend a helping hand in whatever they wanted you to do? You had no specific role as you arrived?
Just to assist.
And you met with Diego Perez, who appeared to be eager to cooperate with you.
Yes, sir.
The taking of his license, that's just something that you do to try to document who the relevant witnesses might be.
It's just a little quicker than saying what's your name, what's your address, all that. It's all in one spot.
And it was your understanding that he had relevant information about what had been happening in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, what had been happening in the neighborhood as it related to the particular incident that was unfolding in the street there at that time. I interrupted you.
Yes,
You
sir.
spoke too soon.
I'm just agreeing with you. Yes, sir.
And so he went back to his home and he produced several videos for you on a thumb drive.
Yeah, he came back with a thumb drive and I didn't review it. So
okay, so you're not aware of the contents.
No, sir, I'm not.
But it's, to your understanding, it is whatever the history is that's been going on in the neighborhood that may be relevant.
Yes, sir. This is pretty standard practice. Businesses, people that have cameras in their homes, hey, do you have any video footage? And they'll, we just trust them that they're going to collect the footage that they have access to and provide that to us. And in this situation, knowing that we were going to have investigators respond, I had no reason to review it, so I didn't review that particular footage.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No questions.
No questions.
Nothing further from the state.
Thank you. We step in.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And as I understand it, you are excused for the day, but subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a good stopping point for the day. So we're going to go ahead and break for the evening. I'd like to have you ready to get started again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. During the recess, again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't let anybody discuss this case around you or in your presence of hearing. Don't go looking for any information about the case. Whatever information may be out there, again, if you pick up the news, don't pick up the news, don't pick up news feeds, social media, whatever may be there. I'm just going to ask you to step away from all of that. And again, if anybody does approach you about the case, please notify the court and we'll go ahead and see whether we need to address that. So with those instructions and all of the other instructions I've given you to this point, we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your service here in the Superior Court of Glenn County. Have a good evening.
All rise for the jury.
Y'all be seated. All right. Usually if I'm making some rulings on the fly and additional information comes up during trial, I'll just go ahead and supplement the ruling in the record just so at some point in the future, if we have to look back at it, we can go ahead and do so, and we've got the additional sites out there. I did found a 11th Circuit case which addresses this issue of the rule of completeness under Federal Rule 106. That's going to be U.S. v. Range, 94 Fed 3rd 614. That's a 1996 case that at least updates what I gave to you by about 50 years, which may be helpful, which also cites to a 7th Circuit case, United States versus Haddad, 10 Fed 3rd 1252, which also I think is on point. So I just want to make sure all of that's in the record.
Another couple of cases on the record too that support the.
If you ever need to supplement the record with additional cases, I'm sure you'll find the opportunity to do that. We don't need to do it here because the court's already ruled. I'm telling you what I relied upon as opposed to what's out there. All right. Anything from the state before we recess?
Yes, Judge. During the break, Mr. Sheffield informed me that we had sent off the Travis McMichael transcript interview with Investigator Nohilly to Defense Counsel for Travis McMichael, and we received nothing back, but a kind of go ahead, it's good, is what I believed. We received no, this is a Bruton violation. We received no, we're going to want this extra stuff in rule of completeness. So we were moving forward and have been moving forward, believing we were going to put up Investigator Nohilly without any issues with Travis McMichael's statement, and a lot of it comes in. I've just been informed that no, that's not the case, and that they have issues with rule of completeness. So having been down this road before, what I assume is going to happen is we're going to have Investigator Nohilly testify to all of the things that we told them we were going to have him testify to, and then they're going to get up here and they're going to ring the bell and say, well, isn't it true he also said do. And then we're going to have to be in the position of objecting that that's not part of rule of completeness, but the bell's already rung and the jury's already heard it, because my belief had been that they would give me what they believed to be rule of completeness so we could iron those issues out beforehand, because that was the direction of the court. And that is not what has happened. So we're now in a position, the state's in a position of having to bring this to your attention, that there was no meeting of the minds on the Travis McMichael statement, and that basically we're going to object at this point in time to any desire for any rule of completeness statement, simply because we have been placed in a position, an untenable position, to have not been informed as to what it was that they wanted in, and that was the order of the court, and that was what I believed your ruling to be, that we were supposed to provide them with this and they were supposed to get it back to us, and now we're going to have this ringing of the bell and this cross-examination where the defense is going to get up here and they're going to read the statement, and no matter if we object, the bell has been rung. And we're asking for a ruling on that at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. So we did exactly as the court asked us to do. We looked at the Bruton issue very squarely for an extended period of time and went back and forth with the state on the Bruton issue and submitted to them in red ink and in highlights all the things that we needed to address about Bruton, and did so in good faith and arrived then at what we thought the state was going to be offering under Bruton that would not violate our confrontation rights. We told the state, however, that as for rule of completeness, we would wait and see what exactly they put in at trial, and before we then asked questions to complete the information, we would identify what we thought needed to be heard to complete. We would share it, show it to the court, and the court could make a ruling. So the rule of completeness is a separate issue from Bruton. Our Bruton fears and concerns were about confrontation. And I think we've done an excellent job working through that issue with the state. The rule of completeness, though, Judge, is one of those things that kind of happens during trial at times, depending on what the state wants to offer. It is not necessarily a pre-trial matter. It's something that can easily be brought to the court's attention and dealt with. If the court directs me to get into what we think would complete these statements, I'm happy to do so. It's very easy, but we did not undertake that with the state, and we made it clear to the state that we were not going to undertake that with them, that we were only working on Bruton. So for that reason, I think we're in compliance, and I don't think it's going to be too complicated for these issues to come up as they do. I will simply show the state, I will show the court can rule, and we can move on. I won't ring the bell in front of the jury.
Understanding we just spent 40 minutes dealing with only 2 of those issues.
Judge, the state has elected to present its case through the statements, through an indictment that indicts 3 people as conspirators. They chose to bring this case to court in this manner. Now they want to make their case a case that potentially violates these gentlemen's confrontation rights. And so in order to do that, they must tiptoe carefully through that. We have cooperated. We have tried to talk with them and share our thoughts with them, and have done so over several weeks and months to comply with that so that our clients' rights aren't violated as they try to make their case. But rule of completeness, as the court sees, is simply a way to complete the subject matter that the state has introduced. And so we don't think it's going to be that complicated. Now, if the court directs me, I'm happy to give you the entire statement by Officer Nohilly. I've broken it down into subject matter, page, and line. And when the state gets into a subject matter that we feel needs to be completed, I can bring it straight to the court's attention. But otherwise, I'm not sure what else the court would ask us to do. But I'm happy to do whatever the court wants us to do. But I don't think we violated any kind of pre-trial order or ruling.
Final word from the state.
No, that was not made clear to the state on any level whatsoever. It's Travis McMichael's statement, and neither Mr. Goff nor Mr. Greg McMichael objected to any of it. However, it was not made clear that, oh, we're going to go ahead and do this thing where we don't tell you what the rule of completeness is so that we can discuss it in advance. There's been absolutely no discussion. I've not been told one single time, by the way, Ms. Dunikoski, on page 37, we think this extra stuff should come in. The Hogues did us that courtesy, Mr. Goff did us that courtesy, but we have no idea what page and what line this is going to come in to, and it appears we're going to be spending a whole lot of time, I think, arguing over it, because once Nohilly gets off the stand, we're going to be in a position of, okay, so on this page he said this, and then we want this in, and we want this in, and I'd put it in if I agreed to it in advance.
Well, I'm glad we stopped before 5 o'clock, because the first thing I want to do, which is the same thing I ask counsel to do anytime we're under an issue like this, let's get together and see really if there is an issue the court needs to address. And if there is, I'll go ahead and address it in context, and until I get a clear understanding of what's being objected to, there's not a lot the court can do other than vent and indicate that I will be very frustrated if we have to spend the entire day tomorrow on Nohilly's statement and back and forth about the rule of completeness. This strikes me as something that probably could have, should have been addressed well in advance of now. And my hope is that we have an opportunity over the next little bit to take a look at his statement and figure out where, if anywhere, there really is a dispute. I haven't gone through the statement. Told counsel when the Bruton issue came up to go ahead and work through the Bruton issues, and if I heard that there was a problem, to let me know. Apparently this has now been, sort of a slice of this has been taken out. This is the first that I'm aware of it, as is indicated by my ruling today on the record, on the fly, with regard to the rule of completeness. So, doing a little bit of tipping at windmills here, but hopefully by the time it gets back to me tomorrow, Nohilly's statement will have been reviewed, and I'll know exactly what I need to rule upon, if anything. So, nothing to rule on now.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Anything further then before we recess from the state? From Travis McMichael.
Yes, sir.
From Greg McMichael.
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryant.
All right. We'll see everybody at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.